45 degrees, then those two sides are the same. You don't have to do math, or you like it's that simple. Right? You don't have to trust me, and I'm not relying on. I don't know if you can't reason why 45 degrees would imply those two distances are the same. Then, I mean, I'm not gonna do a real life experiment to show something as obvious as this. I just don't
Well,
bother
the thing is,
convincing
right?
them.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, right? The flat earthers here, they want you to do that.
No,
Otherwise, they're not
no,
going to believe it.
you're
Oh
pretty
my.
close. I don't want or need anything, especially from someone who can't figure out what the word flat means. Like you
Guess
get
we're
some
disagreeing with each other then.
Bevite in here talking about they don't know what flat means. It's the same thing as getting a Jesse or Bacon in here. They really can't. They'll never be able to adjudicate what a flat is because they think a flat is a noun, not an adjective.
Diagram, right? Can you see a difference?
Yeah.
Right. So GP is the first one, right? The person GP is here. The other person is, let's just say he's like 2,200 miles away from the GP, right?
Mm-hmm.
The angle at which he is looking at the light bulb or the sun is going to be different to the GP, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, and then the third guy, the one next to him, his angle is going to be different to the second guy and the first guy, correct?
Yeah. He's not gonna
And
see
then the
the
last
sun
guy,
at all.
yeah, and the last guy is can't see the sun or the light at all, right? Because he's in the opposite side of the planet, right?
Oh, so that's the fourth guy. I thought that there was no guy at the GP. But yeah, I got you now. Yeah,
Right,
what about
right,
it? Do you
right.
want to see that diagram? I have a diagram like that if you want to see.
Yeah, but this diagram is what I presented to you, right? This is what you have to come up with or come in
Yeah, I
with.
have the diagram if you want.
Yeah, bro.
Did you also know that?
Understand
Did you also
why.
know that rectangular prism? The Earth is a rectangular prism in terms of shape.
Excuse me. What the fuck?
Yeah. So the flat is a noun, right? As Fred
Adjective.
said. Adjective. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bro.
Bro, you really want to get
So-
into semantics?
See what they're doing is they want to give you a flat. Like here is like with oranges, you were right on point. You almost got them to snap out of their delusion. You said, "Show me 10 oranges." They could do it. Show me 10 apples. Show me 5 oranges and 5 apples. Now show me 5 flats. This is what will snap them out of it. Once they realize it's a description, a describer, then they'll be able to like snap out of it and they're like, fuck yeah, now I get it. You're describing the surface of this object as flat, which they do themselves. They just don't realize it. They call it locally flat.
This is a lot of nonsense for not knowing how to do right angle trig. To be honest.
No. You're misunderstanding what Crit is saying. The observable reality, when you look outside, what do you see? You see a flat terrain, correct?
What? Why are we talking? I'm talking about right angle trig. I think that's what's been all along.
No.
No, we're
Answer
talking
my
about
question.
the Earth. Yeah,
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth. Like
Yeah.
when you look outside, what do you see? You do see a flat terrain, correct? Yes or no?
I don't look outside.
Anyway, when you do look outside, you see a flat terrain. That's an adjective.
Yeah, so what?
Exactly.
Why don't we just clear up this whole bullshit with flat and not flat, dude? What they mean is a horizontal plane is what the surface is.
No, you're getting into Bev logic there. That's the idea. The reason why Bev doesn't come around anymore is because he tried to do the word switch with horizontal instead of flat.
But a horizontal plane is what you guys all mean, right?
No.
My God. So
No.
what do you mean, a flat plane?
The horizontal would be the horizon. That's where you get that horizontal line. That's going left to right. What we're talking about is front to back.
Okay, front to back, it's what, flat?
Yeah, anywhere you go. Like if you look behind you or you look forward, what is it?
So it'd be a flat plane then.
Okay, see, you're getting yourself confused again.
No, I'm not getting confused. I'm just trying to like, if you claim that the Earth is flat, you claim that it's a flat horizontal plane, like in the sense of a plane. It has mountains, but it's a plane, right?
Yeah,
That's
the
it.
elevation changes. That's what I think what you're getting confused with.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm just saying that you claim that it's a horizontal plane in that sense. We don't have to get
No,
confused
I'm
anymore.
claiming
with
this
the
is
word
exactly
flat.
what I'm claiming. Okay, let's see if you can repeat back to me. It's a description of the surface of Earth.
Well, it
Flat
can't be that.
Earth. There's
Yeah.
Can't be that.
only there's only 2 words there. Okay, if you guys, this is the issue with why you never understand flat Earth. A topic mastered by cavemen 10,000 years ago, because you're adding content to confuse yourself, and then you walk yourself into a contradiction, and
Okay.
then want to blame other people for why you are confused.
Okay,
It's
why don't you help us out then? Why don't you help
2
us out? When you
words,
say
flat.
flat,
Flat.
yeah. When you say flat, what do you mean? Just
I'm
say that.
describing the surface of Earth. I mean, an
Okay, in the surface
adjective
of Earth, in what sense?
is flat. I
So
describe
flat
it
in what sense?
as flat.
Like flat in what sense,
If you
though?
don't know what the word flat means, that's probably the issue right there.
Well, I just don't want to. I just don't want to
We've
confuse everyone else.
identified what the issue is.
Well, this is the thing. I don't want to confuse everyone else with flat, meaning, because some people might look at the Earth and be, well, there's mountains, so it's not flat. So when you say flat, I want to know what you mean.
Yeah, just
Right.
exactly like it sounds, flat.
But that's
Like,
just
the
too
other
vague.
dude was confused about down, like he didn't know what down meant.
But this is the thing. I think if you clear it up, what you mean by flat instead of just saying flat and not use circular logic,
flat,
then we can come to a
using no-
conclusion.
Add no word, change no word, remove no word. Just use flat as an adjective, then describe the surface. Is it
So
flat
what does the
or not
surface look
flat?
like? What does the
Flat.
surface look like?
It looks flat,
Flat in the sense of what?
as in it's flat.
As in the sense of there's no mountains, or in the
How
sense
about
of what?
this? I think we've done this before. Like, what is a pancake flat?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, there we go. That's a problem. You are unable to adjudicate what the word flat means. If you can't even tell me inside your worldview, is a pancake flat or not, then you don't know. You really are unable to tell. And there isn't any way for you to gain that knowledge either. Like, you wouldn't be able to put a ruler next to it or feel the surface or look at it. You would always be unable to adjudicate whether a pancake is flat or not. You've gone into Bev logic.
Yeah. This is why I'm asking you to clear it up. Just
So is it clear now? A pancake is flat.
Okay. So you mean
The
pancake is
surface-
flat? Okay.
Okay.
So you mean
surface
flat
of
in
a
that sense then?
An adjective. I'm describing the surface of a pancake as flat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what would be more or less flat than that? The Earth or not the Earth?
Well, the Earth would be more not flat than a pancake, though, since it has mountains. But that's going to depend on your word of flat, though. It's going to depend
Or
on what
where
you
you
mean.
measure.
Okay, so you're not measuring the mountain, so you're saying you're just saying a plane. Then it's measured as a horizontal plane, right?
No, that's flat.
I don't know, man.
Has to
You're
be.
still lost?
No, I mean I know what you mean, but I just don't think you're phrasing it right for everyone else to understand what you mean.
Well, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. So the very first 2 words. So you've got flat Earth. There's 2 words there. If this is not understood, if I just say adjective noun, and right there is complete and utter confusion, complete bewilderment. There isn't any reason to add any more words, because the only thing you'll get is more bewilderment. You'll be completely confused. You're already starting out with confused. It's like trying to say this: 1 + 1 is 2. You don't get it. And then post an elaborate equation with all kinds of numbers, figures, and symbols. You didn't get 1 + 1. You didn't even get the very beginning. One means one thing, just one. And you're like, I don't get that. Okay, well, here is this very elaborate equation of how to measure skylights. This is why you've walked yourself into a confusion with everything in creation. Everything else, but the surface of the earth, you're using to adjudicate what the surface of the earth is. You got skylights and gas giants and like the news. You saw the news today, right? They're trying to come up with a new model. The heliocentric model is broken now. Someone decided to apply it to Jupiter, Venus, Uranus, and Saturn, and they said, fuck, the heliocentric model doesn't answer the question. How do these giant gas planets form? They've got no answer for that. So they said,
You don't think so?
Well, did you read the article I sent you?
I seen. Let me see.
Okay.
I think I already saw it. It was about, have astronomers. What, the astronomers? The fuck? That's what they call them now? Found the secret recipe for rapid planet growth. So it's not about planets like how do they form, or we don't know how they're forming. It's just the fastness, like it being fast or it being slow. Like what makes for rapid planet
so they're
growth.
stable. They got to grow at a certain, if you look at the article, it's got to grow at a certain rate. Otherwise, they collapse or they turn into a sun or whatever. These gas giants, they go into a lot of meth field symposium. But the key is that these planets do not match the model. That they don't have an answer for why.
Yeah, we might not be able. We can't like understand everything. I don't think. I think everyone can agree to that. That's why we try to figure things out more.
Yeah, and that's why when you've got a model that doesn't work, you don't just start spurging out about other people's models. You take your model back to the woodshed and work on it.
It's not necessarily that it doesn't work. We're just trying to understand like what causes rapid planet growth within
It's a
certain
secret
systems.
recipe. What's the secret
recipe?
So is there a secret recipe? Like God done it?
I have it. I have the
magic.
secret recipe. I'm like, you see, this is the thing. I'm like Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob, right, Crit? And you're Plankton. So you want the secret recipe, but I'm hiding it from you right now. See?
Yeah, what is the secret recipe?
I can't give it to you.
Because what it was unlock the nature of creation?
Well, it's the secret recipe is under the Krusty Krabs, and I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you.
Is this going to be like a bad thing? Like once people find out the secret recipe, just start creating black holes in the laboratory?
I don't know. I just can't give you the secret recipe, though.
Yeah, why?
Because it's so important.
No, because you don't have it, dude.
I have it under the Krusty Krabs. The secret recipe under the Krusty Krabs.
You're focusing too much on the GIF. I could do alternative GIFs if like SpongeBob was too triggering.
No, I mean I think I like the GIF. I think Plankton is pretty funny, man. I mean Plankton always annoyed me back then though, because he was so focused on he had the robot wife, the computer wife that he had and stuff. You remember that?
No,
I don't know if you.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many shows of it. Just a few clips here and there that people have posted. Because some people think it's kind of like The Simpsons for like the generation, current generation.
Mm-hmm.
We're like Gen X and millennials kind of grew up with The Simpsons. The Zoomers and millennials have, or maybe not millennials, but like the Zoomers had SpongeBob.
Well, you're a little old, but I mean, like, no, SpongeBob, I mean, it was pretty good, man. I used to watch it all the time and stuff, you know? Pretty good characters. Patrick was pretty funny as well.
This one thing I saw where it's it shows where there's that gorilla that was down at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
And it says like the question was like SpongeBob asking it, and the gorilla's like labeled atheism. It's like, how come you only rip on Christians? Why don't you go after like other religions? And all of a sudden the gorilla's like, oh shit, they're on to us.
Mhm.
Let's get out of here. Like, it's obviously like atheism has nothing to do with actual gods or gods. It seems to be some of the Christians believe, like especially in government, that
Mhm.
it's a communist propaganda meant to like undermine the greatness of America. And it
Really?
doesn't belong. It really doesn't belong here. Yeah, let me see if I can. Well, I'm saying that's what they're saying. So someone's going to misquote me. Christian atheism doesn't belong. No, that's what the government is saying. Okay, the government's trying to get you guys.
They want
out
the
of here.
recipe too, it seems.
Well, no, I mean what they did was Richard Nixon had a enemies list.
Yeah.
If you believe it or not, like the president of the United States deemed people inside America as enemies of the state, and a lot of them were atheists or peace activists and stuff. You had like Jane Fonda and George Carlin. Yeah, I'm not sure where I saved this. Darn it, it'd be pretty funny to post it now, but it's like one of those things like you kind of giggle and you're not sure if I saved it or not.
What's your favorite type of food, Crip?
Oh,
Pizza.
Pizza.
It's flat.
You like pizza, Crip?
so wait, that's good. We got a definition. So Jesse said pizza is flat. You guys heard it, right? Someone got to go back and clip that for later.
Nah, we heard it.
Okay.
So you like pizza then?
No, Jesse said he likes pizza because it's flat.
But do you like it?
Not really.
Ah. So what food do you like? Gamma said mealworms. Yeah, how dare atheists be so stupid?
No, I'm
Right, I
looking
agree
for
with
the
you.
one that is the reason why I saved it because I posted on Modern Day Debate and on the Discord server, not the actual one, the fan based. It really freaked them out. It was like a week-long timeout.
Interesting.
Yeah, they keep on that channel. It's like atheism and Globe are the default. Like anything else requires hard evidence that which they reject. They're skeptical of.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure we left the or we didn't leave this. We should have left the ancient mythologies to the past.
Well, you can't do that and also maintain your globe because they said they found space Jesus. Like last year, like literally last year, they went up in space and said, "Guess what we found?" I'm like, "Nothing. You didn't go anywhere." I found space Jesus. And really, did you write a book about it? Yeah, they wrote a book about it too.
Yeah.
See, that's what they're telling you why manned spaceflight hasn't returned to humanity because America has fallen out of grace of God. In the 1960s, that's when they talk about Make America Great Again. Richard Nixon told you that God personally spoke to him. And God told him that God loves capitalism. And if there's a choice between America or Russia, America will win because God loves capitalism. And now you fast forward to are we kind of late capitalism? So it's kind of socialist, and maybe that's why they can't even build a rocket. Now, forget about like if you just I don't think I sent you that news yet. They talked about they're scrapping the SLS. because the parts that Boeing put into it are defective. Billions of dollars at this point completely wasted because the defense contractor
They could have
got cornered.
given us some of the billions of dollars. Right, Crit?
No, there wasn't any. This is deficit spending. The money never existed.
Oh.
So what they did was they blew your grandchildren. At this point, we're talking about great grandchildren's future with backbreaking deficit. At this point, at some point, you're going to need like a jamboree and just like reset all the debt and go to like a, some kind of new system, like a barter system.
Don't worry though. Don't worry when it comes to the debt. I'll pay it off though. I'll pay it off.
You can't get blood from a turnip.
Huh?
You can't get blood from a turnip.
No, I'm just saying I'll pay off the debt. I'll pay it off. Don't worry.
Hey, did you mean to say Jubilee, not Jamboree?
Oh yeah, Jubilee. Yeah. I was like in my head. I was looking at some stuff, and I said what I was reading instead of.
It sounds like a song or something.
Yeah.
But don't worry. Like I said before, guys, I'll pay off the debt, and everyone will be okay.
Why don't you read your password file while you're talking to us?
I'll pay off the debt. I'll pay off the debt.
You know, I think Crit is not so unintelligent as to actually save his passwords into a file in plain text. So
I missed you, Mick.
That's what globalists do.
nice try.
I missed you, Mick.
Crit is Mick Fraction, man. Mick
Fraction.
is always he's always a character, man. I remember when we had the whole Mick Fraction thing going on. That was really funny.
Because you have it your way. That's actually supposed to be Burger King, though.
The world is my world, Crit.
The light bends however you need it to work on the globetard at any given time.
You see, that's the thing. That's the problem people have, Crit, is they don't talk to the light. So people just, say the light should have been that way. I have a connection with the light, so I talk to the light, and I tell it how much to bend perfectly for the globe.
Like every observation, it just perfectly bends just the right way to always match a globetard.
Exactly. That's because I talk to it. So
at no point do you ever, like, to the point where you could literally see, like, the Ruhif in the Rumpus said if with a powerful enough telescope and enough bendy light, you would literally see the back of your head.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that happens when you talk to it. So when I talk to the light, I make it do it just perfectly enough. You got to have a connection with it, man.
You make it do the Tootsie Roll?
Yeah, dude. You got to have a connection with the light. If you don't have a connection with the light, then that's why it doesn't bend the way that's needed for the globe. So that's the thing.
It's like I'm trying to find this file. It's like not that impactful. You know the scene I'm talking about with the gorilla, like he jumps on the horse and rides away.
You might be Hillary Clinton, man, with all these files and these secret files. You have emails too?
Use any answer.
These files, man. I don't trust people that say that they have all these files.
They're my clips.
Sick 360 no scope.
Well, each clip is supposedly going to give an idea that I'll try to say, and when someone doesn't get it, they don't get it. They don't understand. The content is too difficult. I'm like, here's one of the astronauts saying it. Or here's Carl Sagan saying it.
Yeah.
Or here's Ramstein saying it.
Yeah.
And if they still don't get it, I'm complete. Because I know that it doesn't matter who tries to present them information. They're bricked.
They're just too
Just-
bricked.
They're bricked.
They're
Yeah,
too,
see,
they're too much
at
of globe
first-
time. Yeah.
yeah, at first it could be my fault because I'm just not articulating it the right way. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
not choosing the right words. But
Mhm.
after 4, 5, 6, 100 speakers have tried to articulate the exact same thought, and
Mhm.
none of them were able to explain anything so the
Mhm.
person could understand it, at
Yeah.
that point, they're bricked.
So exactly.
You're better
The one
off.
way to know, the one way to know if a globetard is bricked is when you tell them like flat is flat, and they ask you, "What do you mean by flat?" and you tell them flat, and they still don't understand it. Like you can't help.
Yeah,
them
you
with that.
take a pancake, and they don't know
Yeah.
what a pancake is.
Exactly.
At that point, they've bricked so hard they are unable to even know if a pancake is flat or not,
Yeah.
or a
That's-
pizza using
that's when
the
it gets
Decimal
bad.
method.
That's
So
when it
at
gets
that
bad.
point, you're better off talking to a brick wall because at least a brick wall, maybe at some point, it will echo back to you.
Yeah.
Where a brick person, they've somehow were unable to know if a pancake is flat or not.
hmm They're just too bricked. They ask like, "Okay, what does flat mean?" And I tell them flat.
don't
and
know.
They don't understand it. They don't understand it. So they're too bricked.
Is this some sort of like LARP festival going
Huh?
on now? What are you doing, Matt? What is going
I'm having fun, man. Crit always, you know how Gregory says like persevere to do this. Like I don't know if Crit does it on purpose, but he always perseveres to confuse the audience. So I don't know.
Well, that's why I have these clips to show that another speaker, could the other speaker
Yeah.
say what's being told here? Like you look at right there, you got Brian Cox talking about how do you know it's round? You know this because somebody told you and you believe them. You don't have any proof that the surface is round. You've only
you-
seen a
You watch my
photo.
stream? Any flat earther watch my stream yet?
You've only seen a photo from space that you believe. It's a story you believe. So if I
Okay.
say that and someone doesn't get it, I can then post Brian Cox saying it. And if they still don't get it, I can
So-
use that to say, yes, they are. in
As you're
fact correct.
saying this, can you watch my stream?
What are you showing, man?
It's a treat for flat earthers.
silly globetard?
Yeah, it's like come into my van, little kid. Get a treat. Like what are you doing right now, dude?
Yeah. Wow.
I got a treat for you over here.
What's your favorite treat, Crit? What's your
Um,
favorite one?
I guess butterscotch.
Are you sorry? Are you not? Are you watching it? I mean,
I'm watching
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
it's great, dude. Yeah, it's great. It's got a flat horizon, and you're zooming in there, and it looks like you're zooming in on stuff that should be behind the curve there. It's great flat Earth evidence. I really love it. Of course, you got the you've got it on an angle, so it sort of looks like it's going over a curve, but yeah, you can see the horizon's perfectly flat. Nice work, dude.
Yeah. So that's the thing that the Solarist doesn't understand. Is flat is flat. Flat is flat.
Adjective.
Curve.
Isn't it?
Keep
Isn't
it flat.
Flat is
Exactly.
It's an
So that
adjective.
means when he asks us, like, what do we mean by flat? We tell him flat, and if he can't understand, then he's too bricked.
It's adjective.
Exactly.
And if that is too confusing, if you say,
Yeah.
hey, what does the word flat mean? It's a description of a surface. If
Exactly.
that is too confusing, then we can test for it. And like post Brian Cox,
Mhm.
post these two astronauts talking about how they see it. And if the listener still does not get it, then you know bricked. They are completely bricked.
Too bricked.
Yeah, then you can also double test it. Be like, how about this? Is a pancake flat? And they don't know what a pancake is. The surface. How about the surface of the Earth? Is it flat like a pancake? They don't know. Then you know that they don't know if it's bricked or not. They don't even know what they don't know. And it comes back to the knowledge where It's only 99%. Like everything, they'll never get to 100%. Because at some point they're gonna like shields up, red alert, pull the ripcord, abandon ship. Because as soon as they get danger close to anything that challenges what they think, they're gonna stop at they don't know now.
And they don't even know what they do.
Yeah, because they never got there. They always got to a point where they can't ever adjudicate what the word flat means.
Flat is
They can't give a description of it. They can't tell you if it's a noun, an adjective, a verb, an adverb. They don't even know. The word, like they went into Bev mode. They don't. The word flat is just a sound. It's just a verb, like a reverberation throughout creation that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
You're such a philosopher, Crit.
Crit is the second best flat Earth philosopher
After
AI Overlord.
Oh, okay.
Because AI is number one flat Earth philosopher.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, Crit is one of the best flat Earth philosophers, and he's clearly explaining to everyone here the basic things. If we can't understand it, not his problem.
So, Crit, how about
No,
this?
I'll try again. Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Crit, can you explain to me what the word is?
Yeah, that's how Clinton got out of trouble. He said, I look in the dictionary here, and there's like 36 definitions of is. Can you tell me what is? And they're like, you know what? At this point, just drop the case. And here, check this. This is a good clip. Here's a modern day debate where Leo, the globe side, says the ISS is 8,000 miles away from Earth. And you can tell this because he's seen live stream cameras on YouTube. This is what you're working with when you debate some of these globalists. You're like, dude, are you sure about that?
How dare they believe the government, Crit?
No, I mean, that point, they're not believing the government because the government said 200 miles. He said, based off his training and expertise, ran the numbers and the figures. He saw the camera view and said, that must be 8,000 miles away. And he's kind of right because the ISS, they show you how much of the Earth they show you. It should be about that far away. So Leo intuitively busted the globe by busting their claim. But he didn't realize it because...
Globe on globe war right there.
Be out in the globe trenches.
See, this is the thing with globetards, right? Is they don't understand that, Neil deGrasse Tyson says something and the people on the ISS say something. They just don't understand that. They don't understand that they're contradicting themselves. I mean, should we see curvature? Should we not?
No, you would. The astronauts say you don't see any curve from the ISS.
You see, and then you have Neil deGrasse Tyson
I
saying
just posted that.
But the globe zealots are saying you should.
Well, you would see curve if you're 8,000 miles away. But the problem is they didn't know that the ISS is only claimed to be about 200 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So when they said, like, I've seen photos from space that are 8,000 miles away, one of these things is not like the other. They're in a contradiction. Because now they say the government can't lie to them, and the government lied to them. Because they saw a photo that was 8,000 miles away, but the government said it was only 200 miles away. So now they have to run that back through their worldview and determine what happened here. Is it fake? Because it looks fake? You can tell it's real. That's Elon Musk, mind you. Elon Musk told you that You can tell how real it is by how fake it looks. The
Hmm.
more fake it looks, the more real it is.
This is the thing. Flat means flat, and if you ask someone, define what you mean by flat, you're
You
gonna
say
get flat.
adjective.
And if they
Yeah,
can't
adjective.
understand that, right, Crit? Listen, if they can't understand that, then they have a problem.
No, you got to try again. If someone
Oh.
asks you, hey, what does flat mean? And
Mhm.
you say it's a description of a surface,
Mm-hmm.
it's an adjective, and they still don't get it.
And they
You
still
say,
don't get
okay,
it. Then
Well,
they're too bricked.
no, then you ask them, well, what do you think flat means? Like, and they don't
Yeah.
know. They can't
Yeah.
tell you.
Mhm.
You say, well, how about is a pizza flat?
Mhm.
They don't know. A pancake?
They don't know.
They don't know that
So-
either.
So now they don't know what they
They
don't know.
have no way of adjudicating what the word flat means. Inside their worldview, they've literally bricked the word flat.
Mhm.
Like they don't know. They can't tell you. You say, "Hey, I'm going to describe." It's like a test here for Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 5 words. Repeat those words back to me, and they just skip the word flat. You go, well,
Yeah.
how many words did I say?
Yeah.
Was the word flat one of them? And they're like, well, no. Why? Because your test was for me to repeat back words, and you only said 4 words, and then you made some kind of weird sound with your mouth that wasn't a word. And you're like, well, no, that was actually a word. That was the word flat. Flat. That was one of the words. They go, you might not recognize that as a word, but it's one of the words I want you to remember, even if you don't know what the definition is. So I'm going to tell you 5 words, 5 pieces of flair. Repeat back to me these 5 words at the end of the testing, and you do it again. You said, dude, that's only 4 words. You skipped one of the words. You're like, yeah. Okay, why did you do that? Because you said you made a word, you made sounds with your mouth that sounded like this, flat, but you think that flat is not a word. And you're like, okay, dude, I can't tell if completely autistic or Alzheimer's or just go with the crit method and just put a big rubber stamp on there, bricked.
Yeah.
You're bricked. Okay? Because at this point,
I'm back.
flat should have sunken in. That this
Yeah.
is a word that you can
And Crit,
define.
I think they just can't understand the word flat. I think that's
Well, how
the
about
issue.
this? If it's not curved, what is it?
Exactly. That's a
What
good
would it
question.
be? What would it be? Something's
Pizza.
not curved. Is it
Pizza.
what?
Flat. Flat.
It's flat. Okay, there we
Yeah.
go. So you got there. It just took 2 hours.
No, I already understand your point. I'm just saying for the people that don't understand, like the Globe Zealots, like the Globetars that don't understand, like they need to understand that stuff,
If
Well,
it's
they
not-
won't. They won't understand it.
Mm.
Because
not
you put
flat.
any word that you put in front of Earth is
Mm.
not understood.
See, I mean, that's the thing. They don't understand it. For example, Trig. Maybe Trig will understand. Try to tell Trig that.
Well, you can. Give it a shot.
Yeah. So trigonometry, man. So if it's not flat, what is it?
Arcing?
Pizza.
Damn it.
You see, he doesn't understand. Okay, so if it's not curved, what is it?
Pizza.
You see? See, this is the thing that we're talking about here, Crit, right? Is that they're so bricked. They're so bricked that they can't even understand the words that are like that happen. They can't even understand the words.
Yeah, it's like mutants, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. They can't understand the words that are coming out.
It's just a mutant. If somebody doesn't
And they don't know what they don't know.
like if
so.
someone doesn't know what the word flat is, and they ask you, like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And you say, well, it describes a surface. And then they start blurting pizza. That'd be a noun. That's food.
Mm-hmm.
That's so you're like, yeah, this guy's bricked.
Yeah, they're too bricked.
Pizza.
Well, how about this, Crit? If it's not pizza, what is it?
Ooh, that's a good one.
A calzone?
Hey, that's a good response. You see? Okay, so if it's not an apple, what is it?
A pear?
There you go. You see?
Or I would say orange.
Well, no, it's either pear shaped or apple shaped.
So I'd say Earth.
So it's a pear.
Yeah, yeah.
We have successfully confused the audience, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of jargon going on that you're like, huh, I wonder what that means.
What does flat mean?
And then what you could do is just use any answer you need.
Yeah.
Hey, Crit, have you heard about the Turbo Encabulator?
Yeah,
Oh, I have.
that's like old school, dude. That's like one of the very first gags, like internet gags.
Isn't that a good one?
No, I mean, it's kind of old.
Do you know of a better one?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not better, but they've got modern takes on it.
Oh, some of those are pretty good.
Hey, Matt, what do you see here?
I see a pizza.
Correct.
What do you see, Crit?
Is that the sky?
I see a pizza. Anyway, see you guys later.
Wow, that was interesting.
Stay flat.
Yeah, keep it flat.
Keep it pizza. It was getting a little dead in here earlier. I was starting to get worried. There's like 3 people in here.
Don't worry, Bacon and I brought it back to life.
Of course, yeah. Oh, now we got Matthew Learns in here.
This topic has been alive for more than 10 years. It doesn't need you guys. Relax.
Usually truths are true for longer than 10 years, though, right?
And
This is a new...
I got your dog tags in Barkov, Quetzal, bottle.
Hey,
Quiet, bud.
Gamma, you're hot miking.
Am I?
Yeah.
Was because I'm speaking?
No, whatever video game you're playing that you're talking to somebody else.
No, I'm talking to Quetz right now. Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, okay. My bad. It sounded like you were playing Call of Duty or something.
What dog tags? I haven't been playing that game. I'm not even playing that game. What the fuck are you talking about?
And you're not playing it right now? Yeah.
Do I know you?
No,
So how the fuck you assuming it's me then?
because you have the same tag as in-game, Chat Inertia, right?
Okay. Where's my tag?
It's in my stash.
Yes, but I'm not playing the game. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Do you not have object permanence?
I don't have the game at all.
Well, that's
Are
a
you
lie.
retarded or what? Jesus Christ.
Oh, you know him too?
Yeah.
I don't even know this guy.
No, you know Jesus Christ. It sounds like.
Yeah,
Everyone does. That
we
he
all
got-
we all know him. Yeah,
He was sentenced to death by the government. Kind of tells you why you shouldn't have a death penalty.
Wait, what? That's your reason for not having a death penalty?
Well, yeah. What happens if you execute someone innocent?
I know I disagree with the death penalty, but I don't think your reasoning should be Jesus.
I think we should have the death penalty exercised more often.
Really?
Oh, that's not very libertarian of you, is it?
Yeah. What the hell?
Well, did I say with who? It is
Well-
very libertarian of me.
Well, who do you want the government to kill?
State-sanctioned murder?
Yeah, like what's going on?
Weird. Yeah.
Murderers?
Yeah,
People
you
that
think
have been convicted of murder.
so you want to
say
give
more
the
than 3
state the
times?
right to murder?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a shitbag. Yeah, that's
What did Jesus
clear.
say about an eye
You can
for an
hear it
eye?
in your voice. You can hear it in your voice. Like, what a low form of life you
I
are.
understand you guys have some relationship.
Justice
structure,
is
but you
an
don't have
empty
to-
word with no meaning to you, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
I
what
just don't think
reason
the
do I
government should be
have
the
to
one to
think
take
the
care of it.
Earth is flat?
You
Yeah,
describe the
exactly. That's your
surface.
shitbag voice. It's your everyday voice. What you wake up with.
You describe the surface of said object. What is it? What is it?
State-sanctioned murder? What's wrong with you, Charles?
I'm just saying, if someone murders someone else, it's not immoral to put them to death.
Yeah, it
Especially if
says
they murdered 3 people.
It says so in the Bible that if you commit murder
Yeah,
by
fuck the Bible. Logic is what's important.
well, I mean, if you have a government that's based on the Bible, then you could use that.
So if you're no
How
longer
about we have a government based on logic?
So it'd be flat Earth government.
Well, whose logic?
Yeah.
Like globe people, where 1 + 1.
Reasonable logic. Like, Crit, you don't have any children. I'm sure if you did, and one of them was murdered, like let's go down that scenario.
who will provide that
What do you
logic?
think? What do you think should happen to that murder in that scenario? Tell me.
Sounds like
Yeah,
It's
they
a
should be put. Yeah, eye for an eye for sure, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Would
you
would
kill-
you
if
be
you kill
willing?
a-
Would you be willing to kill that murderer yourself with your own bare hands, Crit? In that scenario?
Yeah, a child murderer should be put to death. The problem is, what if the government got it wrong and they told me, like from that show,
Yeah.
Minority
Charles doesn't
Report-
mind. Charles doesn't
That's why I
mind
put
if
shut the fuck up,
the
asshole.
state
That's
just
why I
kills
put a-
people.
Yeah.
That's why I put a qualifier on
He's
that.
obviously authoritarian,
Yeah.
you know.
Like in Minority Report, they almost got the guy to kill somebody who had nothing to do, never even knew who he was. He said,
That was a stupid fucking movie, dude.
It
I put a
it tells
qualifier
you.
on here. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, the government gets it wrong.
No,
so
no,
often.
no. You're not listening. You're not listening. Listen
Okay.
to the qualifier.
Right,
There's a
right.
qualifier in this sentence. If they kill one person, let's say not give them the death penalty. If they kill 2 people and convicted, let's say not give them the death penalty. If they murder 3 separate people in 3 separate murders, and it's very clear that they murdered 3 separate people on 3 separate
you know that?
murders, I would say with that, I know that's my point. You don't know that, but at least it would eliminate, at least to a certain extent, I think. The
too much doubt.
I'm just saying, like, how many people have been convicted of 3 murders, put to death, and then later found innocent for all 3 murders? Has that ever happened before? So that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant by qualifier. You got to listen to the words I'm saying instead of put words in my mouth.
Still too much doubt. How do you know they actually committed the murders?
I just answered that. Were you listening?
No, you said how many people had done,
I said I don't know.
but again, how do you know they didn't? And you say you don't know, but you're pretty sure that there's nobody that has done that committed a few and then been set free. But again, you still haven't told me that he 100% did that, so there's still doubting your
Yes, and
even on your own imaginative in your own concept of this killing, you're still not sure that that person done it. How is that even possible?
yes, and
you can even
does
agree
that,
with
does
yourself.
that make the
Imagine
death penalty a bad idea somehow, some way? It doesn't fucking to me.
Yeah, you can't even agree with yourself that that person that committed the three
I can't
murders.
even agree with myself.
Because
Now you're just making
are you
shit up,
sure that
dude.
he did it? How do we know he did it? You could have
I
said,
didn't say
"This is
I
my
was. I didn't
this is
say
my
Elbow.
thought."
I just
He
answered the
definitely did
question
it.
you asked 3 times. Should I say it one more time? Are you listening? Elbow, can you hear me? You can hear me, right? All right. I would not know in that scenario that with 100% certainty, probably not witnessing it, that that guy murdered those 3 people. I would not know that with 100% certainty. Does that answer your stupid question for the 4th or 5th time?
Again, in your scenario where you're the one presenting the killer, you can't even tell me with 100% certainty that he killed it. I mean, you can't even agree with yourself.
Yeah, you've said that 5 times now. My response is yes, and what's your point? What's your fucking point? Is there any
It's your
relevant point to
murderer,
that? I don't see
bro.
a relevant point.
Yeah, it's your murderer. You can't be 100% sure. It's like, not even your thoughts, dude.
Whatever, man.
What? How about I got something that I'd like to see what you think. So let's say this person went through every bell and whistle, every possible adjudication, 100 people, jury, judges, prosecutors. The person even confesses to it. And it turns out new evidence was found and they're not guilty. Were they murdered by the state?
Sure, yeah, and I think it's happened plenty of times with racist judges. That's why you need to be eternally vigilant politically, which, by the way, most of the people listening to this are extraordinarily lazy politically. So you get what you deserve.
And the question is, does that person that committed that put that guy to death, should they be accountable for that murder? Should
Yeah,
they
that's
go on
all
trial?
of society now. So all of society is guilty of a murder that they murdered and they put to death by due process, even if it got the wrong answer, an innocent person.
Yeah, I think that's where this term reasonable doubt comes from. Probably wouldn't think it'd be a good idea to put someone to death when there is reasonable doubt.
You're an authoritarian. You want to kill people with the state.
If you just look, there's a website called the Innocence Project, and it's insane. I mean, you could it's going to be a rabbit hole that if you look into this, just the amount of cases that have been people who were completely innocent that were sentenced to death. And
what if we use a
I want to talk
scientific
about what an
method?
authoritarian this shitbag is. You believe in forced tithing. You believe in the globe,
Forced
right?
what?
Midwit, right? Nitwit. You believe in the globe, right?
I don't believe in the state killing people.
Answer the fucking question. You believe in the
No, I
globe,
don't.
right?
The globe.
Yeah, you do.
Sure. Yeah.
You believe in forced tithing.
You want to kill people with the state?
I have to pay taxes
That's
for
worse
your
than
shitbag
taxes.
religion. Yeah, that's
I don't even believe in.
Yeah, I have to pay taxes, which is forced tithing, so that children have to go to school and be forced to learn the globe, have that globe shoved right down their fucking throat. And also they have to watch TV and, see all this crap on TV about wasted tax dollars, more tithing that I have to spend on your fucking religion so that NASA can line their pockets and, drive their nice fun Teslas and shit like that. Dude, it's fucking dumb. It's forced fucking tithing. You shitbag. You fucking filthy low-life shitbag. It's forced fucking tithing. You should fucking jump off a bridge.
I just found one. Some guy.
I'm for it.
I just found one. James.
Yeah, fuck you, Matthew.
James Joseph Richard, convicted of killing 7 people, 7 of his children, and put to death, and he was innocent.
I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles, according to Charles.
Yeah. So what was the circumstances of that? How did that mistake happen? Was it district attorney's fault? It was, right?
He just loves the
Yeah,
state.
so be very fucking careful when you elect a district attorney. Maybe you guys should pay attention to politics. Oh, but politics is so stupid and has no effect on our lives. Derpity derp derp fucking derp. Because I'm a flat earther. Once you know that the earth is flat, you're just smarter than everyone else and you know everything. The earth is flat and I know everything.
Charles, you don't have to be an authoritarian online. You know that, right? Like, you love killing people with the state. We get it. You love the death penalty. State-sanctioned murder.
Shit, guys, better chats for this.
You should jump off a bridge.
Chats, man.
Whoa!
I really hope you kill yourself.
Server for this discussion.
That's a TOS
This one.
violation. He's asking me to kill myself.
Dude, did you just encourage someone to fucking self-harm, man? Please. There is better and more appropriate channels for this discussion in this server. It's not this one.
I concur. Gentlemen, please.
I think there is a TOS about telling people to do stuff like that. And it's like we're live streaming, so there's a record. So we ought to be pretty careful about that. It would, yeah.
Hello? Everyone.
Yo, what's up?
How come it's a full... Oh, are you guys watching something?
Nope.
So everyone's just muted?
No, just we're just taking a moment of silence in reflection of the globe.
Yeah, the globe's amazing evidence.
Yeah.
How come
So we bow our heads in remembrance of the globe. May it rest in peace. Amen.
Yeah, but how
We have a
come
minute silence.
this is like one of the most popular VCs I've been seeing all the time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we rock. That's why. Do you know that?
I like it. Nice.
Oh, Daz, did you get a chance to check out that video I gave you about how refraction can allow us to see over what would otherwise be a physical obstruction?
Yeah, it's completely. I just have no words for it, bro. Put it that way. I mean, you're supposed to zoom in on the edge of the obstruction and then see the house beyond the obstruction. You've just put a prism or something on top of the obstruction. Say, oh look, I can see the house. But using a prism, it's bending the light, intentionally around. It's like, and it's on. You haven't zoomed in. I give it it's like a 2 out of 10, bro.
Does it matter if the light is bent intentionally or not intentionally?
It's bent intentionally through a prism.
How does a prism bend light? I mean, it's just some glass and some glue. How does it bend the light? It's not even a mirror. What principle of physics does the prism use to bend the light?
Doesn't he use one of the Infinity Stones?
It's barely worth commenting on, dude. It's so retarded and insulting to my intelligence. You're not proving anything. You need to zoom in. You need to make sure that the obstruction is above your eye levels, above the level of the camera, on an object that's about 10 miles away, and then zoom in and show it coming back over the obstruction. You don't just put a freaking mirror on top of it and say, oh, look, it's bending the light around.
It was not a mirror.
Man.
It was not a mirror.
Whatever it was, so...
Do you contest do you contest my claim that the prism was causing refraction and that the refraction is what was bending the light?
Yeah, not air. You've got a prism. Yeah, it's not air. You just
So are you saying that
beyond retarded?
Are you saying that refraction due to a prism can bend light, but refraction due to air densities could not bend light?
Air is just air. It's not prisms. It hasn't got mirrors and shit in it, But good effort. At least you had something. A lot of people rock up here with absolutely zero evidence at all. So at least you tried. You know, at least we've got to give you that you did something. So yeah, well done for that. I'll give you a petition pace in the middle.
So can you see though why I objected to your claim that your blanket statement that refraction cannot allow us to see over the top of what would otherwise be a physical obstruction? Because there are some types of refraction that can. Can you see where I'm coming from? Even if it's a glass and glue prism, it was refraction, and it did allow me to see over the top of what would otherwise be an obstruction, right?
But that's not air doing that. That's a prism you've got. You need to demonstrate it just with the air, just doing it on its own.
Okay. Well, now that we agree that at least that some kinds of refraction can do it, let me present one with air doing it on its own.
So you're going to show a video of a ship that's like miles and miles beyond the geometric horizon and say, look, refraction. That's how we can see it.
No,
Billy?
It's about...
I'll wait.
There, I tagged it in the side chat. The ship was almost 5 miles beyond an aluminum metal sign, and the camera was about 2 inches below the top edge of that sign. And yet, I could see the water line on the ship over the top of that sign, even though the water line on the ship was obviously at water level, so it would be below me, right? And below the sign. So somehow, I was able to see the water line on that ship over the top of what should have been a physical obstruction. So I present this as air doing the same thing that my prism did in the other video. And I mean, it stands to reason that if refraction can bend light, then it could bend it so that it goes over the top of something. And if we know that light curves towards the more dense region in a density gradient, and we know that air can be more dense at lower elevations, then it stands to reason that conditions over water could in fact cause this phenomena, right?
Yeah, dude, it's just very wishy-washy. You know, you don't have really ideally you'd want a video showing showing your evidence rather than just some stills without any context.
Gotcha, buddy. Yep, I just tagged you with the video that I took the screenshots from.
Okay, buddy, let's have a look.
And I filmed it non-stop, unedited, uncut, just for you guys.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying boats don't go over the curve. Proves boats go over the curve. I think that's where you're coming from.
No, I'm just. This doesn't prove curvature. This just demonstrates that light can go over the top of something that would otherwise be a physical obstruction due to some phenomena that can happen over water naturally in the air. And I personally think it's refraction, but regardless of what it actually is, it's reality. There are conditions that allow you to see over the top of a physical, what would otherwise be a physical obstruction out naturally on the water.
You know, this is just a massive claim, that you're making here, that you can see behind physical obstructions.
Well, he posted a picture.
So that the refraction creates holograms of images from behind an obstruction. I mean, you're going to need more evidence than just a couple of stills from a sort of a very wishy-washy video to prove this, because basically it sort of goes against all the laws of physics and light and anything else you want to say it violates.
Well, it's not a wishy-washy video. It's just long. So just watch it, put it to your playlist, and then watch it sometime when you actually have time to just give it your undivided attention. I set it up pretty clearly. I explained what I was doing. It's not wishy-washy at all. So, yeah. You obviously didn't watch it because it's almost 15 minutes long.
But as I said, dude, you're trying to prove that you can see shit from behind a brick wall or whatever, just by zooming in on it. It's just a big claim. You're going to need more than just sort of like, a sign and, hey, there's a ship over there I can see.
Well, the video shows.
You'd need to have more rigorous testing than that and stuff, and what the height is and all those other things. How far away you are, how far away the ship is, things like that.
Yeah,
it's more convincing.
The video details how I measured how high I was compared to the sign and how far the sign was from me. And I know that the distance of the ship because I received its GPS position from its AIS transmitter, and I logged that, and then I measured the actual distance on Google Earth between my location and its location at the time.
Google Earth? Oh, that'll give you a flat measurement, dude.
That's fine. It's still accurate. If you get in a rowboat and start rowing, that's how many miles you'd have to row out to that spot. The distance on Google Earth works pretty good, regardless of the shape of the Earth. Yep, somehow it works.
Yeah, it's pretty reliable. I use it all the time to get around. Yep. It's so awesome when, like, an old person comes up to you and not speaking English or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, I can't find this shop, whatever." Like before mobile phones, you're just like, "Oh, I don't know." You're kind of looking around and scratching your head. But with your mobile, you just take out your mobile, go to your maps, blah blah blah. Oh, there it is. It gives you directions and everything. And that's sweet. I've done that a few times, and it's like, hang on, I got my phone. So that's really cool. Anyway, back off topic.
Seems like we got a lot of people in here. Anybody produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe? Asking for a friend. That's what I expected anyway. We got some people muted. Is there any reason why they're muted? Hello?
So Charles suggested someone do harm to themselves in a
Oh, shit.
and so that's why he's muted. Trigonometry is muted because someone asked him if he ever looked out, or asked him if when he looked outside if he saw a flat Earth, and he said he didn't look outside. And I'm not sure why Midwit is muted.
Hmm. All right. How about Echoplex? Who's that? Are you new to this forum, Echoplex? Maybe not there. All right. What up? What up?
Oh boy, I'm looking forward to getting my next paycheck so I can see how much tithing I had to spend on the globe religion. You know, because that's what a portion of that is. Tithing, going to the globe religion. Most of us in here don't even believe in. Don't pray to the globe. Don't pray to the TV and worship the
Tithing
TV.
is okay. Tithing is okay if it's supposed to go to the poor. So
I think that's more with
that's
regular
the thing about the
religion.
Catholics, how they do. Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, I think that's more applies to regular religions like the Catholic Church, the Mormon Church, such as things like that. But when it comes to your taxes, that's tithing for the globe religion. It's money that goes to teachers to be paid money to teach the Earth is a globe. Students in school. It's money that goes to NASA. These are religious institutions. Let's be clear. They are
But that's
nothing more or
tax.
less than religious institutions.
Yeah, that's a tax. It's not really tithings. Tithings go to the poor. That's what makes it tithings. But yeah, it's basically just tax. Because everyone pays for NASA. Income taxes. There's sort of no law for it. It's supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to end after World War II, but they just kept going. But I heard Donald wants to do away with income tax.
To be fair, it is more efficient technically than sales tax. And the reason why is because with sales tax, you have to keep track of, you have to have an infrastructure in place and a lot of energy and money spent to keep track of sales. And it's actually much easier to keep track of a paycheck every 2 weeks than everything that someone's bought over 2 weeks.
Sounds like econ.
Yeah, we're talking about tithing for the globe. When we have to pay tithing to the globe religion that these globers, these globetards are all about. They're like, yay, the earth is a ball, I can see it on TV. Now let's force everyone around us to pay taxes. Let's all work together and play this game where we force everyone around us to pay taxes so that the globe is taught in school and that NASA gets lots of money. And yay for Space Force. We're talking about taxes because we're talking about tithing. For the globe religion. The religion of the globetard. The very, very not well thought through globetard.
What do you do for work, Charles? I'm a mobile mechanic. Oh, sorry.
You're a mechanic, dude. That's alright. It's pretty handy.
Yep, I have a little miniature step van with some shelves and some tools, and I kind of drive around and try to get the farmers' old antique tractors going every spring. Well, vintage or antique, but mostly vintage, I suppose.
I saw this movie called Shampoo. It's got Warren Beatty in it. And I saw it when I was about 30 or something like that. And the movie was from the late 60s or early 70s. And I was like, oh my God, if I'd have seen that movie when I was 16, I would have become a hairdresser. There's no doubt about it. But being a male hairdresser in the 80s in Australia was like, you're gay. But if you watch it, I would have been a hairdresser, man. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, I would have had a different life. But it's interesting how inspiration can come too late. I don't know. But I got into filmmaking and stuff. That was pretty cool. You still there, Charles?
Charles can't respond because he's muted.
Oh, I was muted again. Okay.
Hey, Nimbus, did you know there was a hard sphere in a fish's eye in the lens?
No, I didn't know that. What is that?
Oh, the lens. Basically, a lens has to be more dense than the surrounding media in order to focus the light. Because if it was the same density as the water, it would just, it wouldn't bend the rays. So they actually have a hard, clear sphere in there to act as their lens.
It's gross.
I think it's really cool.
Testing.
Loud and clear.
Oh, Gamma's back on mute. What happened, dude?
I don't know. I don't
You
know why I
there?
was muted. Yeah, I don't know why I was muted.
Oh, it looks like Orion was hot micing. What were you talking about? Did you correlate?
Wait, were you here for Charles's freakout or?
No, I just got back.
All right, you need to go back and live stream and go back like 20 minutes. So you're gonna hear Charles screaming, telling me to kill myself.
Oh, I see. Charles is a mod, so he can mute people. So when he got muted for telling his opponent to hurt himself, he muted his opponent. I see. Life is funny.
Not go into that. Would it just suffice to say that dealt with. Okay.
Yeah, it's like otherwise it goes into concern trolling and shit. So yeah, the main problem is that if you want to see some really funny moderation, just go to global servers. They will ask you a question, and their proof that they want an answer is they mute you.
I don't know what it has to do with flat Earth, but I think Saturn's a dangerous phenomenon.
Yeah, that's the days of yore. People would look up at the sky and look for answers. And still to this day, though, there's still people who do that, who they point up in the air and they say all that stuff in the air, in the sky, tells them earthly knowledge.
I think we should get rid of Saturn.
We don't need to
Our
get
solar
rid of
system.
it. Just don't add context to it. Don't be like Saturn is doing some evil, notorious things. Just be like, hey, that's a skylight. It can't hurt you. You'll be okay. Whatever the skylight
It didn't look like a
was,
light.
yeah,
It looked like
whatever.
something that spins really fast.
No, it looks like a light.
I don't know. I saw it through a really good telescope. It looks like it spins really fast. I mean, not fast enough for us to see, but those rings aren't normal.
Do you know they say that the rings are made out of water and ice, and they're invisible, and they make beautiful sounds. Also,
Water can cut through metal.
You can go to NASA's website and get the Rings of Saturn music CD.
You can cut steel with water jets.
It doesn't sound anything like whales, doesn't it? I wouldn't think.
No, I was like, there's like this show called Threshold, where like sounds from space cause people to go like complete schizo. And as sometimes I don't want to listen to anything that they'll. Hey, Baked, you're hot miking.
Hot miking.
Yeah.
I think we should get rid of Saturn.
Or just leave it alone. Just you'll be okay if you ignore it. If you look up at the sky and see something, you don't need to say something. That's a little bit different.
Is that what you do, Greg? You ignore Saturn?
Yeah. Saturn isn't going to cause me to do something that I don't want to do. I can ignore it. Now, if for you, in your worldview, if Saturn's causing you to do things, wowzers.
Yeah, I see no harm in proposing projects for NASA. There's no harm in proposing a project for NASA.
Oh, you can propose all you want. They ain't gonna take your call. The only part of the government that's ever going to listen to you.
It's a talented program.
Yeah, the only part of the government that's ever going to listen to you. Yeah, Polly, the only part of the government that listens to you is the NSA. All the other agencies inside the executive branch, they're not listening. They're not going to take your call. You'll call and they'll just be ring, 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 ring. Yeah, that wasn't NASA. That was probably somebody trying to get some personal information from you.
No, they're in space agencies. My friends that I grew up with. I was in the same program.
They tricked you. It's like someone who calls you up says, "Hey, this is Microsoft. I got an update for you."
Broadcasting to our house is different than your guys.
They tricked you. They tricked you into thinking something.
Oh. Are you a Midwesterner, Crit?
Yeah.
Is Houston Midwestern region?
Well, it depends on how. Normally, you call that the Southwest, but I guess some people maybe would classify it as the Midwest, like the Great Plains area. It really depends on how you parse out your areas of the Earth and of America.
What are those black boxes that you're sending, Crit?
I'm testing something out. It's an experiment. Now you just ruined it. You ruined my experiment, dude.
Should I unruin it?
No, it for now. Now it's all jacked up. It's like all the results are gonna be like skewed. You totally screwed the pooch. It's like
I was the control variable.
fuck. No, I'm just joking. You can post it too. It actually would be better if other people post it.
What is this for? Is this a?
It's a test. I'm running a test on something, and it's supposed to keep track. Like, so let's say there's. I'm gonna give you just a little hint. If I give too much information away, it might ruin it. Let's say there's something out there that tracks everything being posted. Like they're monitoring. Like someone's literally monitoring what's being posted.
Yep.
And they monitor what they exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for one specific thing. And anytime they find that result, they report a positive result. Like it's a hit. They get a positive. If they don't get the result, it's a null. It's not what they're looking for. And they ignore any nulls. So at the end of the day, they get 100% exactly what they're looking for. Is there a way to skew it so you get false positives in there, so Leaf can drop their claim of 100% down to something other than 100%? Like, how many false positives would have to be hit before they're like, okay, not only was their method and practice like kind of incorrect, they also got wrong positive results, false positive results. I know it might sound coded, what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Let's say this, like every day, if somebody were to walk in, they say, I'm going to go to this church once a week, and I'm going to look for how many people are there. And that's going to determine how popular this church is. And they just so happen to always go Sunday morning.
Who back?
They never switch it up. They never change it up. And they say, just out of the blue, just randomly, I'm going to pick a day. Or it could be like say Black Friday. They want to know what shopping is like in America. And they just so happen.
Battery's about to die. I'll be back.
One day a year, and they pick Black Friday. And they're like, holy shit. That's what it's like every day. And you're like, are you sure about that? Are you positive? Are you positive that's what you're looking for? You're looking for that result. And they're like, yeah, I've got that result 6 years in a row. Clearly, this must be the only possible conclusion. So let's throw in there, let's just pretend, we'll throw in a couple extra pretend Black Fridays that are like not also holidays, so they make sure we get it skewed up. Like make sure you don't put in there like a President's Day or something like that, Memorial Day, and then see what happens. They'd be like, oh, okay, well this is something must have happened here, and then you could say, hey, I wonder if it's sale prices. Do you think sale prices is that what does it? Do you think that's what brings the crowd? And then why it's 3, I've noticed that 3 seems to do the trick. At first I started with just posting it once, and it was invisible.
But
they
how are
couldn't
you
find
gonna
it.
know? How are you gonna know what they get?
You'll see. I'll post the results when I get them.
I'm excited.
Oh wait, you did 1. Okay. See, you did just 1 post with 3. It's got to be 3 posts with 1.
It's probably because I copied it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. To be like. Oh wow, that was more. That was more than. I tried copying the same thing you did, but
It didn't work. Hold on, tabbed out.
yeah, I guess it doesn't work when I copy it. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're in there. It looks like there's 3 things that are full character spaces.
Do you know what yesterday was?
The 23rd.
Yeah. What day was that?
Should I know this?
Maybe not.
If you say it, I'll probably be like I was an idiot for not knowing. Yeah, what was it?
According to Facebook, it was Nerd Day.
No, I don't. Nerd.
Really? Friday?
No, August 23rd. It's supposed to be this thing on about how every day is a celebration. So on the 23rd, it was supposed to be celebrate your inner nerd.
Wow.
And here we are.
Jesse.
Yeah.
You're a surveyor, or?
No, I'm a mechanic, but I
Oh.
I love to play with surveying equipment, and I have a bunch of it.
Isn't it like ridiculously expensive?
No, I get older models that are actually probably better because they're made in Japan and Germany instead of China, and I use those.
How much does the one you use go? Average running cost?
The one I use, I think I paid like $300 for it, but the battery pack needed new cells in it, so I put new cells in it. With a good battery, it might be $800.
That's not as much as I thought. I figured they were crazy expensive.
New ones are going to be, a new entry level one's going to be probably $1,500 or $1,200. Just like a not a big name brand one, but just like a Chinese one. They work, but they got a lot of plastic bits in them. But it's like anything. If you want to get a name brand with all the features, and you can pay probably $10,000. But at the end of the day, you're still measuring angles.
Yeah, I'm just watching Solaris's video in the stream there, and it's wow, that is really awesome. Globe destroying video. It's fucking brilliant.
Well, he did say it would be a special treat for you.
It's very special. You see, like, I don't know, 20 miles past the horizon there.
Have we figured out how to do right angle trigonometry yet? Or?
We're still working on the wrong angle triangles.
Oh, okay. Demock, are you here? It's my favorite person, Rich Evans.
You need higher standards.
You're quiet. I can't hear you.
You need higher standards. Up your game, bro.
Can't hear you. Can anyone? Can Jesse? Crit? Hello?
Is Trig talking right now?
What's that?
Oh no, it's on my end.
No, it wasn't. I was fucking with you.
So?
Said I was fucking with you. You just had me turned down, didn't you?
Come on, dude.
Hey, Reggie Joe.
Alright, now I can hear.
Can you though?
I can hear you, Rich, yes.
I was just saying you need higher standards.
Really? Why?
Based on your favorite person.
Oh, everyone's my favorite person as soon as they join.
You're telling me if Nathan Oakley joined this chat right now, he'd be your favorite person.
Yep.
Ridiculous. Oh, 1 sec.
Yesterday was pretty eventful for the Nathan Oakley. Stuff. Do theodolites prove the globe?
What's that?
I said, do theodolites prove the globe?
Well, they sure measure drop over distance, and when that drop over distance is plotted, it forms a curve. So I'm not sure what to say about that.
Interesting.
So far, nobody's been able to give an alternate explanation based on observable physics.
It's the ether, maybe. I don't know. Have you done it yourself? Like plotted the drop over distance?
Oh yeah. I'll
Interesting.
get you a video of me doing it at 105 miles.
And it's consistent with the globe.
Yep. The mountain measured within 18 feet of the globe model prediction, taking into account standard atmospheric refraction. At 105 miles.
That's pretty good. So, what's the normal response to that?
Stuff shrinks in the distance, and you don't know what the light's doing in the path between you and the thing you're looking at, other than the fact that it has to be straight, but you don't know that. And your theodolite is only made for 200 meters, and you can't do that. And
they ask you when it was calibrated, and you say it doesn't have to be calibrated.
Oh yeah, and is it calibrated? Or more specifically, does it have a calibration sticker? It's all about the sticker.
Does it have a sticker on it?
Nope, no stickers.
Oh. Wow.
But because theodolites were designed to be used by surveyors going from mountaintop to mountaintop on the backs of donkeys, far from any calibration shop, they were designed to be field calibrated by the operator, and the directions for doing that is in the manual, which the operators get with the instrument. So, yeah, so the calibration sticker argument is moot. It's a red herring, but it's, you know, you do the best with what you got, right? Actually, one of mine does have an expired calibration sticker on it.
Oh, it's expired. You can't use it.
You know what's
that debunks the claim, because I thought the idea was they don't need to be calibrated. They're calibrated by the operator in the field.
But it spoils the calibration.
Yeah, so now that there's a calibration sticker on there, where did that come from? Was it
I think it's
divine?
more like a best before date. It's more like a suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it doesn't have to be calibrated, it says so in the instruction manual. It's calibrated by the operator in the field. Where did that calibration sticker come from? And why did it have a date on it?
Well, some guys are too lazy to do their own calibrations, and they would rather just drop it off at a shop and pay $150 and pick it up with a sticker. And then there's also the blame game, you know. When there's billions of dollars on the line, if something goes wrong, and some measurements were off for whatever reason, the surveyor doesn't want to get blamed for using, doing it wrong. So he's going to want to pin it on the guy that he paid to do the calibration. He'll say, "Oh, see, I got a calibration sticker. It's not my fault." So
well, I think it's more so that he did the process correctly, but without it being properly calibrated, you would get a misreading. Right?
No, the field calibration is the same thing that the manufacturer, that the shops will do. The shops just get the manual for the instrument and follow the manufacturer's procedure for doing a field calibration.
Then the sticker wouldn't have any liability associated.
Except that it was someone else who did it. The guy whose signature's on the sticker.
No, but if it still could just be recalibrated once you're in the field without any modification to the sticker.
I don't know. That's just the way it is. If there are situations where people take
it is what it is. We went full circle, all the way back to is.
But this is an interesting fact. I've got 11 working ones, and only one of them came to me with a calibration sticker on it. Why did the others not have expired stickers on them? The answer is, and ask any land surveyor, the answer is most surveyors just do their own calibrations.
How hard would it
Flat
be?
out that easy, huh?
Yeah. How hard would it be to calibrate a theodolite to make it seem like the Earth is flat?
And there's no way.
Really? Like at all? There's no way at all?
There's no way at all. They just measure angles. Even if you somehow mangled it so that it read, 2 degrees high, it would read 2 degrees high at any distance. In reality, the missing height increases with distance on a curve. There's no way to make a theodolite do that. I mean, unless you tweaked it between each reading or something, but then you might as well just lie about your data.
No one would do that. Right?
I don't know.
Like, you'd have to ask, like, why they would lie. And if you can't think of a reason why they would lie, then they couldn't have.
Yeah, why would they lie?
There's good reasons for you all to lie to me.
Is there?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a good reason.
Well, you're just wrong.
What do you think is the reason that Crit would lie to you? Why would he do that?
To mess with me.
That's not a good reason.
To you. We're talking about Crit here, right?
Yeah, Crit.
So then, thank you.
Crit has no malice. He's just an old man. You never harm anyone. Come on.
I never said he wanted to harm me.
He's harming you intellectually if you think he's trying to...
That's what malice means. Malice means you want to harm someone just for the
Yeah,
sake
so
of
you don't
harming
need that to want to mess with someone.
But messing with somebody is intellectually harming you. Like trying to make if the Earth was flat and if the Earth is round and he's trying to tell you it's flat, that would be valid.
Parents taking a bite out of cookies that children leave out for Santa Claus on Christmas Eve.
Absolutely.
That's that's intellectual detriment.
I mean, sure, yeah.
You're not getting any presents this year.
I know this atheist who said that he busted that story because he analyzed his parents' poop and was able to determine that they ate the cookie.
Really?
But then they just said that, there was some leftover. Santa Claus didn't eat the whole cookie, so I ate part of it.
Why are you looking at your parents' poop, Crit?
No, the atheist did that because the atheist was worried that somebody was keeping track.
Does this
if they've been-
atheist know your girlfriend in Canada?
if they've been naughty or nice? Like someone keeping track.
Oh, she
of
just goes
what-
to a different school?
Are you hot micing there, Rich?
Yeah, Rich, stop hot micing. Silly guy.
I had this theist once tell me that in order to have evolution, you need a globe.
Is that true?
He's right.
Is that true though?
Therefore, we have evolution. Therefore, we have a globe.
Yeah.
It's just too easy.
It's all faith based.
Evolution is faith based?
Of course,
Oh, yeah.
it is. Yeah.
The best part of
Waking up.
no, it's Folgers. Yeah. No, the best part of Dawkins, Darwin. Sorry, the best part of Darwin is that he ate the birds when he was done, checking out their beaks, and then wrote a book describing all his findings, in which he specifically left humans out of it. The humans are separate from the animal kingdom. And then went on to say, but there's some people in the world who actually aren't people.
Oh, I think I can guess who those people are.
Yeah. And then he said they're more evolved mankeys who appear to be human, but you can tell
That's
by the color
an
of
evolved
their
mankey is a primate.
Oh my god, shut up. Pokemon, really?
Mankey.
Yeah. Yeah, mankey evolves into primate.
This
It's like
isn't
it's like
funny.
level 35.
Rich Evans, you're a funny guy.
And then Darwin knew all about this like genetics and stuff and evolution and
He
survival.
did not know about genetics.
So what he did was he married his cousin.
Yeah,
And
he did.
Then had 11
You
kids.
realize that people who affirm evolution don't take Darwin to be a saint, right?
No, but you have to believe it.
He's not
Faith-based.
the patron father of evolution. You know, we don't all have to bow on our knees to a big picture of him and say everything he did was always great. The thing that people say Darwin was great about was his analysis of these organisms
birds.
in a
About
place that no one had been before. At least no one had in the Western world had been to before.
Right here, like these birds. He pivots all of creation based on this one type of bird that has slightly different beaks, and then said because of that, everything evolved from primordial soup.
All right, crit. If I affirm evolution, do I have to eat the beak?
Well, I think he didn't eat the beak. He ate the rest of the bird.
You haven't answered my question.
No, he ate the birds. Like here, let me guess.
If I affirm evolution, do I have to eat the beak? Because I don't like eating the beak.
Yeah, here, look at this. Is kind of funny. Dining like Darwin. You go to an island and just eat. And then say it's
I did that at a resort in Cuba.
So yeah, you conducted Darwin-esque experiments.
Oh, well, if you're saying I did an experiment, what were the dependent variables?
How good did it taste? The more evolved bird, the better it tastes.
Take that subjective worldview that you now have and use it for whatever you need to.
Yeah, Darwin was a faith-based idea of evolution.
Based on your subjective worldview.
just like the globe. That's why that theist told you. That theist
Charles, you're just proving my point. Charles goes into chat and says, "Not every Democrat's a criminal, but every criminal's a Democrat." And I went, "Richard Nixon is a Republican." And then he says, "He created the EPA, such a criminal." So, not all criminals, or not all Democrats are criminals. Like, or not all criminals are Democrats,
think he's
rather.
sarcastic. He thinks the EPA is a good thing. I know like people who really are into the bullshit, like Republicans, make America great again.
Yeah, dung beetles love bullshit.
They think that America was great with Richard Nixon and that he was railroaded. He was attacked, like because of how he was making America great again by satanic forces.
Great. I have a hypothetical for you. There's a new up and coming 24/7 flat Earth moderator. He gets to power within the server by saying that he wants to make the flat Earth server great again. And then some time passes as he's the leader, and then he kind of gets, taken back out of the position of power. If he came back and he was like, "I want to make this server great again," but he already had a bunch of time to make it great, don't you think it's kind of dumb for him to say he wants to make it great again? Because he already had time to try and make it great, but he wasted it.
Are you talking about?
Can't use that on Trump because Trump only had 4 years, so it's not going to work.
Yeah, who are you talking about? Witsit?
No, it was a hypothetical. It was a random flat Earth mod that came to power, usurped Heretic, or Heretic rather.
Yeah, I mean, you can use that on, if you're trying to use that on Trump, it's totally two different things.
Slow down, bud. We're talking about a moderator.
I think you're talking about something that doesn't add up.
What if there was a moderator and that came in and was like, "All right, we're all going to vote for like the head of the 24/7 server," and then he gets voted in, and then he was like, "Okay, no more votes." Is that a good thing? We're not voting anymore.
Yeah, that happened. Human Sheeple did that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we have a 2.0, Flat Earth 2.0.
I think if that were to happen, I would cry.
Really?
You just say no thank you and you start over again.
Yeah, you just go make your own server. Now, What if that server was dependent upon a limited amount of space?
Sucks to
say
be
a
you.
Country.
Sucks. Hopefully you're able to give a good argument for why it should change back. Otherwise, sucks to suck, dude.
Yeah. What if Heretic got voted back in over that person, and that person had a bunch of his Flat Earth cronies go to Heretic's house to unplug the computer at the moment he was about to become the leader again? Would that be chill?
They'd be in on it.
But
would that be chill?
Lie? But why would they lie?
True. No good reason to lie. If there was a flat earther and he was orange, right?
Oh my days, this guy! You're trying to relate it back to Trump. We get it.
Hey, what? I'm just talking about flat earthers here, man. I don't know what you're on about.
I know what you're trying to do. Even the rich.
If there was a flat earther who said that his daughter was extremely attractive,
don't interrupt him. He's having a man-child moment.
If there was a flat earther,
Charles, we
if
don't
there
have
was
to talk about that. Remember your earlier episode? We don't. Do you want me to clip that for you, Charles? Bring that back on.
If there was a flat earther who repeatedly talked about how attractive his daughter was, do you think that's on the level?
Yeah, I mean, if I had an attractive daughter, I would talk about her a lot.
Dude, are you saying something productive or what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Basically, he's trying to relate this back to Trump,
Oh my. Rich, are you sucking off Trump again? Are you on his meat?
I haven't said the word Trump once.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, thank God, I'm not doing something useful.
Oh, what's up, Matt?
What's going on, pal?
Hey, you know what confuses me is I thought that guy speaking, I thought that was Deuce Vault for a long time because his voice sounds just like him. But that's not Deuce Vault, is it?
No, it was someone else's fault.
Wasn't me.
Oh, I go AFK and Rich is muted. Rich, what the hell, dude?
Oh yeah, Charles got mad.
Is Meowskiviv here? Is Meowskiviv here?
No.
Ah. Yo, Jesse, are you there? Jesse, are you there?
I am here.
So, have you figured out your diagram again?
Oh, the blue one.
The xenomorph one.
Is it the zenith angle one?
Yeah, zenith angle. Have you figured it out again?
Okay, you want me to drop it again, or do you still have it?
So basically, the reason I'll tell you, the reason that we have a different degree compared to GP is because the flat Earth also rotates. If you didn't know, yeah, this one. That's why we have a different angle.
Oh.
Yeah, so the flat Earth also rotates.
Like a record player, kind of? Because sometimes I feel like I'm just running in a little track, and sometimes I feel bumps on the road.
Like a record player. I'm not too sure, but I know it rotates, but I don't know which angle.
If you're feeling bumps in the road, you might want to go see a doctor. That's not normal.
Well, they grind rumble strips in the middle of the road down here.
They said NASA invented that.
Oh, maybe they put rumble strips on the dome so that the shuttle knows where to land.
No, what they do, that's supposed to slow. Apparently, on the Globetard, if it's rumbled, the less surface area, the easier it is to gain traction and slow down.
I think it's supposed to wake you up if you.
Oh wait, I have an actual genuine question. Is space travel possible in the flat Earth model?
Yeah, they can travel from space A to space B.
Well, there
now,
is no
outer space. You can't
Outer
travel
space. Like, can you really get into the outer atmosphere and like see the edges?
I think you should say vacuum of space. Outer space could mean just really far up.
Yeah, that's valid. The vacuum of space.
Well, Flat Earther Dwayne Kellum did send up a high altitude balloon, a number of them actually, and he was going up over 120, 130,000 feet or so. And
Okay, so that's pretty fucking high up. He was getting well outside of. Well, not well outside of, but he was getting a good way out of.
But his cameras recorded the blackness of space up there, and they also showed that the air pressure was, because he had a barometer on there, an air pressure sensor, and they recorded 99.5% of the vacuum of space.
No, he's not. He's actually a glober. He's not a flat earther.
Do you have some evidence of that? That's not what he says.
Nah, he's just He's just a glober, disguised as a glober.
Well, how do you?
Wait, but like, okay, so like you can't go that high up in the flat Earth model. I'm confused.
Yeah, he's just using CGI. I mean, green screen. Like, it's simple.
I don't
Yeah,
think.
y'all a bunch of
Uh,
faggot ass niggers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Thinking the Earth.
Dude, why are you using the F bomb and the N word? Like, come on, man. Look, I'll tell you, Earth.
Oh God.
When you use right, when they say flat, they don't
Yeah.
actually talk about the shape of the Earth. Flat is an adjective, right? So it's not describing the shape. The
what?
true shape of the Earth is actually a rectangular prism. We don't know how deep it goes. We don't know how wide it is, but it is a rectangular prism, and how it rotates.
Is
So
that like a
Earth is a
different theory?
spinning rectangle.
I'm confused. Like, how thin of a rectangle?
You mean like a
You
flying
mean like
pyramid?
you mean like a pancake, or do you mean like it's a little bit taller? Like an
Is a
Xbox.
pancake rectangular?
Is it like I don't even know how to figure this out.
They
Is
said
it
a
a rectangle?
triangle.
Is it a rectangle like a suburban? Is a rectangle, or is it like a rectangle like after you crush a Ferrari, it's a rectangle? I'll think of a rectangle. I just need to figure this out.
Has to be a fiat, or else you can't get the shape.
I guess it would be somewhat cylindrical. I mean, that makes sense.
But yeah, gas pressure needs
Wait,
containment.
but how does gravity?
So you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without any sort of containment.
Well, yeah.
So
That's what
pressure
gravity is
equals
for.
containment. So pressure equals containment.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we can't go that high. We can only go so high because the air gets too thin to fly in. There's not enough air resistance for anything to fly in. And balloons just pop because the pressure gets too low.
Yeah, and that's why balloons can go higher than aircraft. Because they're not
yeah.
required to generate, they don't create lift.
Well, they can compress.
They can, yeah, if they're strong enough, they can go pretty high and go higher than a plane, yeah. But they seem to pop when they get through to above the Kármán line.
Yeah, there's a certain point where they would pop. Yeah.
So what's separating the low pressure gases above us from the high pressure gases beneath
But that's
it?
because the high pressure gases contained in the balloon
No, I'm
want
talking
to
about
escape into the low pressure.
No, I'm
That's
talking
why
about
it
just the
pops.
atmosphere. I'm talking about just the atmosphere. So like, why does 50 kilometers up, it's 1/100th of an atmosphere, and then when I go slightly below, a meter below it, it's slightly more dense? What's the container separating those two? Why isn't it equalized?
Wait, does gravity not exist in the flat Earth model?
No.
Oh.
Gravity doesn't exist in
Ooh.
any model, dude. Mass attracting mass
Ooh.
doesn't exist in any model.
Well, that's their cope, but
Okay.
Gravity,
Specific
specific gravity.
Fun. I see why like some people can get into this as like an intellectual experiment, because it is like, damn, like now you have to like conceive of like a whole new model, and that's kind of tough.
No, you don't. You just roll the clock back a couple
What?
hundred years before the Catholic Church took over science and just use that model that everyone accepted.
What?
Yeah, like
for modern medicine and all
What?
that. They like roll
Well,
everything.
The Catholic Church didn't. What?
before the Copernicus revolution. Just go one day prior to the Catholic Church telling everybody that the center of creation is the sun because God loves America.
That's cool and all, but you realize like
use
most
that
of
model.
the big scientific innovations that occurred in the, well, I guess early modern era, so 1500s to like 1800s, occurred mostly occurred mostly in England and particularly Scotland, under the Presbyterian Church. But okay.
Well, sure, just change the church. I don't.
Oh,
Just
okay.
do that. Use.
I mean, the Presbyterian Church is pretty desegregated because
so
of the whole
use a
history with the Three
non-church
Kings War,
related
or the War
model
of Bishops,
prior to the
depending on
1500s.
who you read.
So in your worldview, just use a non-church model prior to the Presbyterian Church taking over science.
Okay, but like that notion that it's just the Presbyterian Church doesn't follow because Presbyterianism was only popular, in Scotland where you had a bunch of chemists and inventors, sure, but like Newton was, Anglican. So like
Catholic.
well, but no, the like as somebody who's gone to Anglican churches before. Actually, when I lived in New York, I went to an Anglican church for about a year and a half in Greenwich Village. But like the connection is not there. Trust me. Like my girlfriend's Catholic. Like I've gone to Catholic mass.
Yeah,
Like,
they
that-
really love telling people they came up with the heliocentric model.
I guess, but it's probably just to
Yeah, they'll
cope with
tell
the fact
people.
that they killed the first few people that said, but that's, that we're saying that.
Like who? Who did they kill?
Didn't they arrest, like, I could have sworn they arrested somebody for heresy at one point or another.
Yeah, heresy. Because the Pope
Yeah.
said, okay,
The Pope said the
told
Earth
Galileo-
was.
No, the Pope
Yeah.
said this. This is what the Pope said. Galileo, I know the Earth is a globe and it's a heliocentric. You know that. The peasants are stupid. They don't know that. They see the Earth as flat and stationary. So if you go out there and start telling people this crazy shit that takes a lot of education and a lot of experimentation to figure out, and you start telling them, trust you, bro, is going to weaken the Catholic Church. So at the height of the Inquisition, mind you, this happened at, hold on, this happened at the height of the Inquisition. Not only did Galileo disobey the Pope, whose word was supposedly the word of God, he also started talking about a model that the church had not publicly endorsed yet. They were waiting for the right time. So for these crimes, he was sentenced to his room with dinner. So that tells you that at the height of the Inquisition, people being burnt at the stake for
But
having
it
a
wasn't-
lazy eye.
It
This
wasn't
guy-
the height of
hold
the
on.
Inquisition.
Yeah, it
though.
was.
The height
It
of
was
the
a high-
Inquisition was
the
much
height.
earlier.
There was a height of the Inquisition by the number of executions, not by the time frame. But at the height, they were
so like
executing
yes,
people
insofar as the 30 Years' War was going on at the back end of Galileo's life, if I remember correctly. So like
Well,
the
think
war
about
had
this.
already kicked
People
off
were
in
getting
Europe.
executed by the church for literally nothing at all.
Well,
and here's
it
a
wasn't.
guy.
It was
Here's a guy
mercenaries.
who like disobeyed the Pope, challenged the word of God, and he got basically sent to his room with dinner. And his house arrest, he lived in absolute luxury, even by today's standards. If you were to take how he lived back then, it's luxurious even by today. He had a castle with an indoor and outdoor
Okay,
pool.
but how does this prove your point that the Catholics were
No one
controlling
was persecuted.
science?
No one was persecuted for having a heliocentric worldview.
I mean, I would consider that a pretty big, significant restraint on one's liberties.
Yeah, and just
House
think about
arrest.
what else.
No,
What else the Pope
like-
did. The Pope was executing people for far less.
I mean, that's because the Holy Roman Empire was falling apart along with the Catholic Church. So, I mean, like, not a lot you can do there.
So this is where you've got flat Earth. You'll need to flex any sort of intellectual prowess. You just roll the clock back a couple hundred years before the Catholic Church took control of science and said, you don't have to do any thinking. They did all the thinking for you. You can just be a dumb breather and let the systems of power and control take the wheel. They'll drive which way they want to, whatever way they want to go. So you go back prior to that and use science the way it was intended at the human level. Repeatable, observable, and measurable.
Yeah, like no modern medicine or anything. It's just what Crit wants, right?
No,
Repeatable,
you added that.
observable.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a part of science that was developed during the modern era, right?
No,
But
you,
that's
you
the
gotta look that
scientific
up. That's
method.
yeah, you gotta look that up again. You're confused.
I mean, kind of. It was formalized in the early modern era by the French, and then the Germans and English all kind of came together and said, "Yeah, this is what it is." But like prior to that, yeah, I mean, it originates more with the Greeks, who were heliocentric. So, or
no,
not
Greeks
helio.
are geocentric. They had the
There
religious.
were some heliocentric models that were popular.
No, they had the same thing. Apollo pulled the sun across the sky. That's a geocentric.
Yeah, but my point is, by the time you get to Plato and Aristotle in 300, like prior to 250 BC, yes, mostly a geocentric model. After that, and Pythagoras and all the rest, not so much. People
Yeah,
are starting to
still
figure
geocentric.
out, and then on top of that, the Babylonians were aware of what was going on, and then you had
Well,
increased
that's even
trade
easier
between
then.
Persia
I don't believe
and
Bronze Age
the
gold
Hellenic
herders.
world. So I mean, like,
Yeah, I don't believe any Bronze Age gold herders figured stuff out.
I
They couldn't
mean,
even figure out hand washing. You could tell me they figured out the nature of creation? Fuck out of here.
I mean, they can do some basic geometric math. I mean, just look at all the shit they built. I mean, they had to understand geometry to a certain extent and engineering.
Yeah,
It's
how
not hard to do the calculations.
the physics of water.
You mean fluid dynamics?
No, just the physics of water is flat.
What do you mean the physics of water is flat?
Yeah, so if water's flowing, which way? How do you know it's doing that?
It's flowing from high to low because of gravity.
Yikes!
How did the water get in the air to then rain down on us?
No, like you've got like water and it's high and it goes to low.
Yes,
How would it do that?
gravity.
Is there a slope between the 2 points?
Yes.
What if there's no slope and it's exactly the same?
Then the water wouldn't move. It
There
would
you
be
go.
stagnant.
So there you go. So
I
when they
mean-
built all their aqueducts and all that stuff, and they knew exactly how it worked. Flat.
What? But you need a slope.
Yeah, that's how they made the water move.
Okay. I don't think we were disputing that. I don't understand what water, like if in both the flat Earth model, I guess, and the heliocentric, globe model, the water would theoretically work the same.
They don't have a model, remember?
Okay. Framework? What can I call it? Worldview? I don't know what to refer to it as.
Fake?
I mean, you can believe in plenty of things that are fake, and it can be a worldview.
Let me ask you something. Do you need a model to know what reality is?
Help you understand it better, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait, no. So the answer is no. You don't need a model to know what reality is.
I would actually say yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you need a priori
Wait,
logic.
let me ask you a different question. Let me ask you a different question.
You need to be able to do a priori logic. That's really it.
Yeah. Oh, let me ask you this question: Is it possible for both of these things to be true at the same time? One, there is no flat Earth model. Is it possible for that to be true, and also the second thing to be true at the same time? The Earth is flat. Is it possible for the Earth to be flat and for there to not be a flat Earth model at the same time? Is that possible? Yes or no?
I mean, yes, because the model exists within. It's an abstract concept that only exists within the mind. So,
You just said yes because the model exists. That's how you started your sentence.
Well, no, it only exists within the mind. It's abstract, so it doesn't. The model itself can't exist in reality. It only exists in our heads because it's an abstract. I mean, like, so, like, the Earth could theoretically be flat, and no humans could be on that flat Earth, right? And therefore, there would be no model because there would be no humans to think of a model for the flat Earth. Right?
You
It
just
can't even
accidentally
exist. My
contradict
point is that
yourself.
it can't even exist in abstractia in that instance.
So it was a closed-ended question, a yes or no. So again, I just want to know if you're able to think this through logically or not. Is it possible for the Earth to be flat and there to not be any flat Earth model in existence? Is it possible for both of those things to be true at the same time? Yeah. All right. Cool.
But my point is, if there's all these flat earthers and they're thinking about these things, why haven't they created a model?
Because you don't need one to know what reality is.
That's the cope, my friend.
What?
Yeah, you can make a model all you want. You just make sure you label it a model and don't label it reality.
Or don't label it something that reflects reality.
Bro, this is like some sophist word games. Bro, now I see why Plato fucking killed himself. he said, fuck these assholes, I'm drinking this poison, I'm done.
Okay, dude.
That really does seem like a religion for retards. Case in point.
Self-harm is a TOS
Yeah, you
violation.
don't act like Charles, you know. You don't have to bring that up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna talk about Plato. Plato's not against TOS. Or Socrates, excuse me. I'm thinking of Socrates drinking the poison.
Yeah, don't be a shitbag like that man-child that was just talking.
Yeah. Hey man, I can get you banned, brother. I get you banned from the server.
Why can't we make a model?
Oh my goodness. All right, check it out. Stop talking about this topic or you're all yeeted from this channel forever. Follow?
What are we talking about now? Not flat Earth?
Something new. Yeah, something new. There you go.
But it's the Flat Earth channel. What happens if you talk about something other than Flat Earth?
Oh, you can talk about flat Earth. But try talking about something new about flat Earth. That'd be cool.
Like the flatness of it.
Like the pizza-ness of it, as Kurt would say.
Yeah. You can tell it's flat by
pizza
how
has
flat
it.
it is.
You can tell it's flat. by
Yeah,
how
so
pizza.
yeah, so the reason why the moon looks like it does is because they took all the cheese to make the crust for the Earth, right?
Yeah, adds up.
Hmm.
Hey, Bridget. Is she sleep?
You might be.
I wish I didn't have to pay tithing to the globe religion, but it is mandatory.
Monday. Anyways.
Well, something relatively new that's coming up is Pastor Duffy gaslighting the social community with this little experiment that's not an experiment type social experiment that's on the news.
What is it?
It's so Pastor Duffy's a dude, right? And he decided, okay, some about the cuts on my flock
Literally are
in
cutting
my
out.
church
That's
believe the earth is
unfortunate.
flat. I'm gonna create this. I'm gonna create this definitive. Oh yes, sorry.
You're fine.
I'm in a bad zone.
I'll look it up real fast. Pastor Duffy. What did Pastor
He's
Duffy do?
a young Earth creationist who has a problem with flat earthers.
What does that mean? He's like, he's very insistent that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, but it's only 6,000 years old. Damn it!
Yeah.
Not 4.5. What a funny guy.
Wait, which guy is this? What's his name?
William Duffy. Look up T like FE, the final experiment.
Turn off the water to the fridge. So there's no water in the.
Ice machine. Gotcha. Oof. The fridge is leaking.
I put the link in the side chat.
Oh, okay, bet. Final experiment. Oh gosh.
I don't know. I think this dude sounds like he's in debt, and this is like a scam.
Yeah.
To try and raise some fast money.
Yeah.
It's funny the tickets are $32,000. The $32,000 question. Mm.
Do you think 10
So,
people
hey, let me ask you a question.
for this? And how many of those Globe Earth participants do you think are like YouTube channels and news? Like
100% so far.
Just go fuck it up.
Okay, so who mentioned about him raising the money? What do you know the method he's using to raise the money? Is it like GoFundMe or something like that?
Wait, tickets to what?
Antarctica. What else, homie?
Sorry, I think I missed that part. Wait, to
So the
go
whole
there to do
concept
what?
is,
To look at the sun.
well, we're talking about models equaling reality, right? So his proposition is, if we go to Antarctica and we see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, then that means the Earth's a globe. That's essentially the premise that he's going with.
No, but he's gonna be like, nah, we gotta go back though, because it's always sunny there.
The best part I
And we have
heard.
to take him back 6 months later so that he can go when it's dark and just be in perpetual darkness and cold.
One of the best things coming out of it is that apparently some unknown internet persona is sponsoring Nathan Oakley to go. And how Duffy invited Nathan Oakley to go was to send an army of trolls to his Discord server to say how if he doesn't go, he's a coward. Meanwhile, Duffy never invited him, Nathan Oakley, in the first place.
I mean, so 32K is not unreasonable, all things considered. You probably have to take a ship out there or a plane. And if this is like an actual expedition where they're going down to the fucking like magnetic pole.
They're not doing an expedition, dude. They're just going to arrive at one of the standard locations that they let tourists be, and they're just going to sit there and twiddle their thumbs.
Okay. But yeah, 32K is probably about right. Because I'm sure 15K of that is just in flights.
Yeah, cool. So where's the contractual obligation and arbitration in any way, shape, or form on Duffy's side that when this money is collected, that it's going to be used for this purpose?
That's a good question.
As for example, the other guy said donations, and I asked, well, what method of donations are being used? Because there are crowd donation platforms where the money isn't legally binding to actually accomplish the thing you say. And so if you fail to do it for whatever excuse you come up with, You get to keep the money.
Yeah, I guess. Probably is a scam.
Hey, guess what, friend? This has happened before, where a quote-unquote voice in the community got a bunch of money from people to do something, and then just ran
didn't
away
do
with
shit.
money.
Dude, I was gonna say, honestly, this would be such an easy community to scam. Like, I could definitely start spouting off some flat Earth shit and collecting
Do it.
donations.
What's
make a
stopping you?
podcast.
Yeah.
What's stopping you?
My own sense of fucking dignity.
Really? Is that
And
it, or is it
self-worth,
something
yeah.
else? Or
And
could
the
it be
fact
that
I
you're
can
not?
make
Could it be that you're not cunning enough? Maybe you're not cunning enough to do it.
Hey, Charles, you missed the point where the majority of people that are donating are Globers,
political
and they're the
campaigns.
ones going to be the ones scammed, if anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, I don't think he's cunning enough to do that either.
Bro. I won't even get into it, but I have extensive experience with CRMs and campaigning, my guy. Like, it's not hard to manipulate the masses, especially when you have all of their fucking data.
Oh, I think it's easy. I think it would make more sense to say it's easy to manipulate the masses when they're gullible, which most of them are.
Yeah.
Like you take for instance.
Me, for instance. That's funny. Hold on one sec. Cracking the window. Oof. It's nice as hell outside. You were saying. Running group or flatter.
What up?
Anyways.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Dude, if you had, honestly, with like $2-3 million, you could run a region-wide like campaign, digital campaign, using YouTubers and actual like high-end production and fake news articles and like the whole 9 yards. Dude, you can get like half of the fucking people in like a given region, whether like southeast for instance. You get like half the people in the south to think the earth is flat with just a few mil.
I think we could get more than 90% of the country to think the Earth is flat. All we need is the people on television and the people in NASA to say it is.
Yeah.
I mean, even our own resident Glover, Matthew Learns, I asked him a while back, what would convince him the Earth is flat, and he said if 90% of NASA said the Earth is flat, all of a sudden turned on a dime and said, nope, not a ball, the Earth is flat. He said he would believe the Earth is flat from that point forward. So it's really just about authority and general consensus. That's what matters to people, not facts or what's demonstratable.
That's not what matters to me. I care about the preponderance of the evidence.
So let me ask you, if 90% of all, or 100%, either one, whatever, of all NASA employees said the Earth is flat tomorrow, what would you think about that?
I would think that 100% of NASA employees said that the Earth was flat, but that's not evidence of actual shape of Earth. That's just a poll of opinion among a select group of people. To me, my own measurements and observations are what constitute evidence of Earth contour.
Fair enough, or at least what you interpret to be that.
I just like stars, dude.
But none of those observations or measurements are arc segments, right? Done with solid materials. None of them, right?
No, but that doesn't invalidate them.
Well, that depends on where your standard of evidence lies.
Do your standards of evidence require things to be readily observable?
What, Charles? What would
Like, if you have to use a machine, is that part of the problem for them?
No. But where my standard of evidence lies is simply, say, 5 miles, an arc segment measured with steel rails with a straight edge on top and an arc segment beneath it. Just 5 miles. That's all I ask for.
So let me ask you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying that's all I ask for.
So let me ask you, Charles. Can you give me an example of evidence of flat Earth that meets your standard of evidence for the surface topology of Earth? Some actual evidence.
Yeah, sure. There's this thing called the base axiom of knowledge, which is the starting point, the very beginning of the process of your knowledge in regards to one particular topic or another. So my base axiom of knowledge in regards to the geometry of the Earth starts with what I can observe with my own 2 eyes in real life. And I observe it as flat, and I feel it as stationary. To the best of my knowledge, it is flat and stationary. Now, I would not be excluding a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth demonstrating curvature via direct measurements and arc segment measurement. If someone were to show me that, if I could, run my hand across such a thing, like the steel rail on the bottom and the steel rail on top, then we'd be getting somewhere. Then I would have reason to think, oh yeah, the Earth is curved. But without that, it's just blind belief.
But isn't it blind belief also for you? Because if you don't have that, because you set your standard of evidence as a 5-mile arc segment, so I want a 5-mile straight segment. Otherwise, you're just practicing blind belief if you don't have a 5-mile straight segment.
What reason do I have to doubt that train tracks are curving at 8 inches per mile squared? I see no logical reason to assume that's true, especially since it's not factored into the construction of the damn thing. Any of them.
Well, they just build train tracks on the ground, so the train tracks just follow whatever the ground is. I mean, they grade it to make it a little bit smooth.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't observe them curving at 80 inches per mile squared, but you insist that they are, right?
Well,
you believe that they are.
Well, if we use some method that has the accuracy and resolution to tell the difference between whether they were or not, then they are. But how do you know that just by glancing at them with your eyes, you would be able to see that difference?
Well, again, it goes back to the base axiom of knowledge. Putting aside the train tracks, I still observe the Earth is flat, still feel it is stationary. So it's just that's where I am with my knowledge until I have evidence to the contrary. And evidence that's not up for interpretation.
Well, but let me ask you this. Let's say the Earth was a ball, but it was 50 billion miles in diameter. Would you observe that as flat?
I don't know.
I can tell you would.
Oh, okay. Lovely. And what's next?
Well, the point is, your logic is flawed when you say that because you can't tell whether it's curved or flat, that therefore it's flat. I could just as well say, well, I can't tell whether it's flat or curved, so therefore it's curved.
So do you observe the Earth as flat or curved?
Curved.
Okay. With your own eyes?
Yep, I
Not
go
on
out,
not on a TV screen.
and yeah, I go out to the bluff. I look out over at Canada. I
So
can
then it
see.
seems to me. So then it seems to me like this is boiling down to a subjective, not an objective conversation. Because I say I observe the Earth is flat, and you say I observe the Earth is curved, and that's what this conversation is boiled down to.
Gotta hear why he said he observes from love if he thinks it's curved.
You're a robot in there, AI. Go again, AI?
Jesse, what does Neil deGrasse Tyson seen Earth's curve with your own two eyes?
Am I roboting? Because now it sounded like real Donald Trump was also roboting. So maybe it's me.
Yeah, he's roboting.
Okay, you sounded good, Daz. So do you see what I'm saying, Charles? If a curve was large enough, you would look at it.
Yeah,
and
yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes, and
if you believed that it was a curve,
so
you would say that you saw it.
Yeah,
as
no,
a
I
curve.
understand that. So my question is, does that demonstrate curvature of the Earth? You putting forth that concept.
It demonstrates neither
It
curvature
does.
nor.
The answer is no. I'll answer the question for you. No, it does not.
It also does not demonstrate flatness.
Yeah. Okay. And yes.
So it looks.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Sorry. Excuse me. I just misspoke. It does in reference to your base axiom of knowledge, meaning that from that point forward, to the best of your knowledge, it is flat until someone has demonstration of the contrary. So, in regards to your base axiom of knowledge, yeah, it would be flat as far as you know.
Or if your base axiom of knowledge was that it was a sphere, then it would be a sphere until someone showed
But
you
that's not
otherwise,
part.
right?
But that's not part of the scenario you said. That's not part of any scenario. Okay, yeah. So what? If the Earth was a diameter of 10 feet and a ball, yeah, you would observe it as a ball all the time. Duh. It's not a tiny ball. And it's not a ball at all. So what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
So it sounds to me like your evidence for flatness doesn't come anywhere close to what you present as a standard for evidence.
It's logic. I have presented logic. If you cannot understand that basic logic involving arc segment measurements and the base axiom of knowledge, then I can't help you. All I can say is, I'm sorry you're so stupid, but you are very, very stupid. God help you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I mean, God put him in this position, right?
But my point is, what gives more credence to your base axiom of flatness than my base axiom of sphericity?
Because it's not a base axiom. Well, I mean, I guess it is in your own twisted way. I mean, are you saying without a theodolite that you can see the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
I can see the effects of it. I can go to the bluff.
No, but just give me a yes or no. I want a speech. There's a point to this question.
Hey, Charles, do I let you finish your sentences?
No. When you ask me closed-ended questions, I give you a yes or no, not a fucking speech. I want you to do the same for me. Give me the same courtesy. When I ask you a closed-ended question, give me a yes or a no, not a blah, 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 whatever the fuck. It's a closed-ended question.
Have you stopped beating your wife yet? Yes or no?
He's working on that one.
So is that supposed to be a reasonable question?
That's not. See, don't blah blah blah. We need a yes or no.
Yeah, the
The
point
man-child's back. Hello, Mr. Man-child.
the point I'm making is
You had a freak out. Don't worry, I have it clipped if you ever want to see it.
Oh please.
You need a freak
Mind-
out.
mind
I have a
shooting
clip
that my
if you ever
way?
want to see it. I'm gonna show it to all of my friends.
Oh my god, he's on another one.
Twofer.
Yeah. I'll send you this one.
I'm so good at playing video games in my parents' basement.
Wow.
Do you think that you make more than a professional esports player?
Do I or does Charles?
No. Charles is the one denigrating playing video games.
I would watch that video I sent you first before you come back.
I think people should make money just as long as they're doing it morally. Like selling drugs.
That's a good one, Charles.
I am a libertarian, unlike most of the people in here.
That's not true, Charles. We demonstrated that earlier, remember?
The death penalty is not a characteristic of whether or not someone's a libertarian. If you think it is,
Giving the state
you're just fooling yourself, but whatever.
Yeah, giving the state the power to kill people? Well, that's not very libertarian of you, is it?
Well, hey, let me ask you a question about this. I'm guessing you don't have any children, right?
No.
If you did have a child and it was murdered, would you want to murder the murderer?
If they were no longer presenting a harm to me or anyone else, no.
Okay, so in other words, you're not a real man.
No, I have morality, Charles.
Do you? I don't think so. See, I think you're one of those people that's like, rules for thee, but not for me. I'm sure you'd make an exception for yourself, but not other people.
Really, would I? How so?
I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure you wouldn't think less of yourself for murdering the murderer of your child, but I'm sure you'd be willing to throw the book at someone else for doing that.
No, that's why I don't support the death penalty, Charles, but you do. So you're okay with it.
No, and I'm just accusing you of not really holding yourself to that standard if you were in that situation in real life. Then again, with the average grip strength of your young men these days in first world countries, whatever.
How much do you bench, Charles? Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh, but I know how many push-ups I can do.
How many?
Pen palm open, and then say 6 fist right afterwards. And I'm talking about slow, real push-ups, not pussy-ass fast push-ups.
Bro can do 10 push-ups, so that's very impressive.
That's 16. Can you count?
16 push-ups? Wow, that's impressive stuff.
Yeah. You should open your ears a little better.
Oh, I can do like 35, Charles.
Oh, great. Now, if you only had a brain, then I'd be really impressed.
Oh, yeah.
If you could speak up, I would. Impressed.
So, is there anybody in here that believes that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and orbiting the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour at the same time?
Oh, yes, sir.
So you believe both those things are happening simultaneously, correct?
The evidence does seem to point to it.
So, patch of dirt in Panama. Let's start there. In regards to the rotation of the Earth, it's moving 1,000 miles per hour, right? Patch of dirt in Panama on the equator.
I'm listening.
Well, I'm asking if that's true. I'm asking you to confirm that so I can move forward. Well, all right. You already said that. So then we also have the vector of the Earth itself as a whole orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. So this means that a patch of dirt in Panama at one point in time in the day would be moving at a little more or less or whatever than 66,600 miles per hour. And at another point in time in the day, due to the rotation of the Earth moving the same direction as the orbit, the patch of dirt would increase in speed and be moving faster than 66,600 miles per hour. Am I correct about this?
Yes.
So, has anyone ever detected this with an accelerometer?
Not the absolute linear velocity. There's no known way to measure absolute linear velocity.
I'm not sure what you mean by linear velocity. I'm talking about an increase in speed and decrease in speed. I'm talking about an acceleration and deceleration of a patch of dirt in Panama, which you've agreed is happening. So has that been measured with an accelerometer or not?
You're asking about linear velocity when you ask this question, just so you know.
Okay, lovely. Has an accelerometer measured it or not? Hasn't, right?
Yeah, there's no known mechanism or device.
Maybe I should ask another question first. Hold on. Does an accelerometer measure the acceleration and deceleration of what it's attached to? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So that's the device we would use to figure out if we can detect this or not. Now that we've established that, has this ever been measured with an accelerometer? Yes or no?
I think it shows up more as tidal forces. So, yeah, we measure tidal forces.
So in other words, the answer is no, right? You mean to say no when you said that, right? Like, no one's ever detected that? An accelerometer? You know, there's technically millions of them in the world, because everyone has one on a cell phone, at least most cell phones. We build many different versions of them. But nonetheless, no one's ever built an accelerometer and detected that increase and decrease in speed of a patch of dirt in Panama as the Earth orbits the sun and rotates.
Accelerometers would not be appropriate for this, and you know that. Or if you don't, you should know that.
Oh, okay. According to what you guys said a second ago, that's not true, but whatever.
It absolutely is true because they're not the design of them are not sensitive to detect this sort of motion that you're asking about.
Oh, really? Is it possible to build one that would be sensitive enough, or is that out of the realm of possibility?
Possible, yes, not given current technology.
Oh, what a convenience for the globe.
No, there's other ways to measure it. So you've asked, is there a way to measure this using this one little method, which I'm going to force you into this box, and if you can't do that, then I'm right. So your argument is just a rhetorical trick, right? So
what's your other method?
There's all sorts of ways to prove that we're rotating, right? So, for example, you can measure the weight of something. You can measure the weight of something on the equator versus higher latitudes to establish it's rotating.
So how come people don't just buy gold from one place and then bring it to a place where it's heavier and sell it for more?
Because
they do. That's why certain gold scales have you enter the latitude.
Yeah, that's part of trading gold. The price depends on your latitude.
So we have gold scales that can be used to detect this.
So you've just been made
but not an
foolish.
accelerometer.
You're going to try and save it
No,
now.
hold on. Let's clarify this. So you guys are saying we have gold scales that are used to measure gold that can measure the difference in weight and gold. A bar of gold, a gram of gold may weigh a gram at the equator. and then it weighs more in a gram further north. So you're saying that this is happening, but we can't. But nobody has an accelerometer that can detect the increase and decrease in speed. Both of these things being true at the same time. Oh, it's a mystery.
The kind of accelerometers you're talking about are very small devices, usually MEMS chips, right? They're just not able to detect that small of difference and mainly the way they're constructed, right? But we are able to make very, very accurate scales, right? And that's what they're talking about here. Very accurate scales can measure the difference because of the rotation of the Earth at different latitudes.
Hey, Charles.
Yeah, it's a very, very fine difference in pressure on the scale, and they can detect it. Oh, but this fine difference in pressure in an accelerometer. Oh, that's too difficult.
They don't build them into accelerometers as such.
Hey, Charles. The one thing that we should be able to measure is Earth's rotation, and I tagged you in the side chat with a video where I used 3 vintage air-powered aircraft gyroscopes to measure 15 degrees per hour.
So let's cut to the chase with this. Let's cut to the chase. So you're saying the gyroscopes do X due to the rotation of the Earth, correct? Yes or no?
Well, it is the most logical thing because there's only one known thing that causes
You were such an
apparent
asshole
drift.
when it comes to closed-ended questions. I asked you a closed-ended question. I was very clear. I didn't stutter. Yes or no?
I was pretty clear when I asked you if you'd stop beating your wife, and I didn't stutter, and you didn't answer my question. So
let me get this straight. I get muted for a while for talking about someone potentially killing themselves, but this guy gets to ask me all the time, "Oh, are you done beating your wife? Are you done beating your wife?" And he doesn't get muted. What the fuck is going on in here? What the fuck is going on in here?
It's a very common example of a false dichotomy, and you're presenting me with false dichotomies.
I
and then
asked you a
demanding
closed-ended question. I
answer
asked you a
yes.
closed-ended question. I didn't ask you an offensive closed-ended question. I asked you a closed-ended question.
Well,
You filthy piece of shit. Answer my fucking question.
It may not be a closed-ended question to the person you're asking. You don't know that. There's things you don't know, and the person that's replying might know more about the topic than you, and it might not be a yes or no question, and it's not honest of you to force them into a yes or no.
It's a shame you were born in the first place, Jesse.
The fact is...
I mean, seriously, you're a burden on society, man. Why don't you just try not to be such a burden?
Well, the fact is, there's only one known cause for apparent drift in a gyroscope, and that one known cause is observer rotation. So
Doing X. So is the gyroscope doing X because of the spin of the Earth? Yes or no?
that is the most likely, the most plausible cause.
So yes. All right.
I don't have infinite knowledge, unlike you, but I can tell you when there's one known cause, that is the most plausible
You have infinite
cause.
condensation. You have infinite, never mind. So, all right. So now that we've established that you're saying the gyroscope does X due to the rotation of the Earth, do you have a scientific experiment to demonstrate this cause and effect relationship?
I don't know how you're going to define those words, but I did demonstrate the effect with 3 different gyroscopes, and I tagged you with the video in the side chat.
So, in order to conduct a scientific experiment to demonstrate that the gyroscope does X due to the rotation of the Earth, you would first have to manipulate the independent variable, which would be the rotation of the Earth. You cannot manipulate the rotation of the Earth or the lack thereof, so you cannot conduct this scientific experiment to demonstrate this cause and effect relationship, which means that it's just blind speculation that the gyroscope is doing X due to the rotation of the Earth.
Scientific observation, not blind speculation.
Actually,
blind speculation.
Actually, because
it's idiotic blind speculation.
Actually, because the gyroscope has an axis of insensitivity, and the phenomena that I'm studying has an axis of activity, this is all in the video, I was able to orient the gyroscope so that its axis of sensitivity was lined up with the phenomena I was measuring, and then at right angles to the phenomena I was measuring. So I was actually able to show that the 15 degrees an hour of apparent drift was from something outside the gyroscope, not from the gyroscope itself. So I was able to demonstrate scientifically that...
No, you didn't. That's not a scientific experiment. You're just talking out your ass. You did.
no.
You manipulated what independent variable did you manipulate?
The angle of the gyroscope was the independent variable, as he clearly described.
Oh, so the angle of the gyroscope is what causes the gyroscope to do X, then, not the spin of the Earth.
Well, I was able to shield my instrument from the phenomena.
Well, I asked you a yes or no question again.
In order to tell whether my measured drift was caused by the instrument itself or by something outside the instrument itself. And I scientifically demonstrated that the effect I was observing was caused by something outside of the gyroscope.
The gyroscope's natural.
No, they are man-made. They do not grow on trees.
Yeah, so you have no observed natural phenomena, have you, for your scientific experiment?
We use
not science.
instruments to observe the natural phenomena.
I've got a gyroscope tree. It makes these... I just pick gyroscopes every fall.
No, gadget isn't nature. So what's your observed natural phenomena of 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation? Go ahead.
Hey, Daz, are you really arguing that the study of science is not real if it involves anything man-made? I mean, can we scientifically
You've demonstrated that you don't know.
Can we study
you need it observed. You don't know what science is. You've demonstrated that.
Can we scientifically just study the buoyancy of a steel-hulled ship?
What's the observed natural phenomena of this experiment? A ship?
Steel-hulled ships are not natural. They are not natural. So scientifically...
So what's the observed phenomena of that?
Well,
you need to observe phenomena of nature.
There is none, because steel-hulled ships don't naturally occur in nature. So we can't...
Yes, that's not science.
So we can't scientifically study the buoyancy of a steel-hulled ship by your standard.
Correct.
That doesn't even make sense.
Correct. Well, there's no natural phenomena.
So...
Well, I don't like your standard. I prefer to use a different standard.
Well, it's not science, is it? It's pseudoscience.
Oh, well, I think most scientists would agree with
scientific evidence. Anything that's claimed to be scientific evidence without going through the scientific method is pseudoscience. So you need an observed natural phenomenon to start with. And as far as I understand, a gyro is designed to keep a plane, an aeroplane, steady, level, and straight.
Well, you don't know much about airplane gyroscopes then, with all due respect, of course.
Well, this gyroscope it's flat and non-rotating. So the horizon represents Earth, and it's flat and non-rotating. There's no accounting for curvature or rotation when you're flying an aircraft.
Actually?
So no Coriolis effect. None.
Actually, the ADI unit, the Artificial Horizon unit, in an aircraft, does have a mechanism that is guaranteed to correct for curvature and rotation during flight.
No, that's bullshit. It's just flat and stationary.
What do you mean? Are you saying they don't have a pendulous vanes in there?
I wonder if he's ever heard of pendulous veins. Maybe he doesn't know how they're designed.
No, the horizon, the artificial horizon on a plane is flat and stationary. So flight requires a flat and stationary plane. So it's not curving or rotating. The plane is flat and stationary.
Except
according to the gyro.
Well,
so I know what putting a gyro on the ground does anyway, but yeah, as far as I know, they're using planes and they're flat and stationary to ensure the plane is remains level. So there's no curvature, there's no rotation. No observed natural phenomena of rotation. The stars rotate, but that's the only thing we see rotating separate from Earth.
That, plus my gyroscopes. So,
and the sun and the moon, and whenever we see satellites in orbit rotating around the Earth.
For your information, Daz,
it's begging the question of a sky vacuum.
The ADI unit for an airplane has little things called pendulous vanes, which cause the gyroscope wheel to keep leveled, and if Earth were rotating, or if the plane were flying over a curve, that would cause the gyroscope wheel to go slightly out of level, and the pendulous vanes would force it gradually back to level. So there is a mechanism in that instrument that would correct for both Earth curve and Earth rotation.
No, it doesn't. You're talking about 1,000 miles an hour and 80 inches per mile squared. It doesn't. It's flat and stationary. The artificial horizon. There's no hidden curvature there. It's not working out the curvature and then adjusting for it automatically. You gotta be joking, bro.
Well, even if Earth is flat, I'm saying that the device has the mechanism in that would correct even if Earth was curved and rotating. Are you denying that?
Well, it's correcting so the plane flies level.
Right. But it would also work on a globe. Right?
You can't have a horizon on a globe. So the reference is flat and stationary. It's not a spinning ball.
Oh, let me ask you this. If you had an ant on a basketball, would he have a horizon?
An ant on a basketball?
Yeah, would he have a horizon?
The ant would be just like, what am I doing on this basketball? How do I get off? You'd walk around the other side of the basketball and try and crawl off the motherfucker.
So you get it.
Dumbest example. Yeah, the ant would go, what am I doing on this basketball? I'm trying to get off it. Where do I get off it? Oh, I've got to go over this curve. You'll crawl down and you'll climb off the bloody thing.
Okay, what if it was an apple that the ant was on? Because ants love a good ripe apple. Would he see a horizon?
It's pretty surprising that the that the Earth is an apple.
Well, Nikola.
No, actually, just presupposing a spherical. Oh, if you have an amoeba on a basketball, it's not going to know that it's flat.
Well, Nikola
that
Tesla,
it's a ball. That it's going to look flat, but overall, it's not going to be. That's your argument.
Nikola Tesla once said that with the right frequency, he could split the Earth in half like a schoolboy splits an apple in half. He did later retract that, but he did once say that.
Who said that?
Nikola Tesla.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know. Tesla's pretty bit of a mystery, that. I think the general consensus, though, I think the general vibe is that he invented something and this bad guy stole it. Something, and then shut him up or something. I don't know. That's the vibe I get from that. It's really mysterious, that dude. What were we talking about? I forgot.
Gyroscopes, I think, and what could cause the drift other than Earth rotation.
No, he's saying basketballs. How about we put a human being on the Earth with a P1000 instead of just ant on a basketball. So if you've got a human on the Earth, he can see that it's he can see objects beyond the geometric limitation. So he'll go, "It's not a ball. What is it?"
Oh, there's hot miking baked Alaska. So, are you
Baked
agreeing?
Alaska, dude. Hey,
I'm
baked
here.
Alaska,
I'm here
man.
to prove the Earth is not flat in real life.
Yes.
We shall be doing an experiment
Okay.
involving
Oh, no way.
I will have to ask you to turn off the video camera.
Why?
Occupying the slots is going to limit to 25.
All right. Can I do the experiment though? At one point, when it's my turn, I know how to test the horizon from where I am. I have all the coordinates, and can I do it when it's my turn? Or it's up to
Go
you
ahead.
guys.
Go ahead, dude. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to jump the line, but I know the altitude and I know exactly how far I shall be looking out, disproving your flat Earth theory quite handily. Here, let me get over here. I just have to make sure I don't fall overboard. All right. So I'm at an approx 1,600 meters. We shall be coming up.
Did you just walk 1,600 meters?
No, I've been walking for a while. Now, we could do this either one of two ways. There's several bridges I could climb up. We could walk down toward that bridge. And let me see if I can zoom in on it. Can you see it?
Yes, we see the bridge.
All right. I'm going to walk up over there. And you guys will be able to see exactly how far out into the horizon where the Earth shall be not. Oops, I don't want to walk into this spell. The Earth will remain at a proper parallax for the
Are you
Earth.
going to present anything with that video, or do I need to ask you twice?
I'm sorry?
I
What's the
think he's
point of
going
the
to walk
video?
down to that bridge and then.
You don't need to
Well,
ask twice. Ask if I could turn it on.
all right,
Tough
once
guy.
you get there, make it quick.
All right, tough guy.
It's not about you. Sorry.
That's
It's
all
about
right.
the VC.
Just
The
make sure
room
you
of the
never
VC.
make sure you never talk
It's
to me
not
like
about
that
you or
first.
me. It's about the room of the VC. Thank you for
You'd
understanding.
end up on your back, sir, pretty quickly if you talk to me like that.
You seem to have quite the understanding there. Good thing.
Aaron, what the signal? Hey, look, the bridge has a curve.
So, what were you saying to me, Daz, about gyroscopes?
To be used to keep planes flat and level and stationary. My nephew's a pilot, right? And I've sat with him heaps of times on his simulator. And it's so cool, man, his simulator. It's got all the different airports. You can punch in, you know, you can fly to Hong Kong airport. And it's got all the routes and all that. He makes it look really easy. He makes it look so easy. It's just getting the angle of the wings right, and then you just basically just keeping an eye on the artificial horizon is your reference. It's the ground, and it's flat and stationary. So that's how it's treated. That's how it's flown over. Only 1,000 miles an hour, you'd notice it. You'd see it. Same with the curve. Someone worked it out. It's like 500 feet a minute or something they have to dip to go around the curve. I just didn't see that in the simulator. It's just flat, stationary.
Well,
and there's no account. You're just flying over just flat and stationary Earth. It's amazing how easy it is, bro. It's less effort to. It's like it's less effort than driving a car.
Yeah, the road's a lot wider.
Yeah, there's not 5,000 planes in the air at the same time. You don't have to look in your blind spot and all this sort of stuff.
Imagine being disabled and like living on the flat Earth channel 24/7, having a list, being a fucking retard all day, doing nothing with.
Wow.
I don't know, dude. Tell me.
So he comes in here to cry. Aww.
God, you know what? I'd love that. If I had a nickel for every time I heard somebody say that, man, I'd be probably a globetard. I don't know. Those who tell others how to live are not living by their own advice. Clearly, the man that was talking down to us folks here in the VC, he's also doing the exact same thing that he's frowning upon. So get fucked. Roll. Stay muted.
So, what do you think caused my gyroscope to show 15 degrees per hour of apparent drift then?
I don't know. I'll have to watch the video, dude. I'll watch it later.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I don't know. What do you think it was? I think it's broken.
No, it wasn't broken. I used 3 of them, and they all gave the same results. And when I turned them at right angles to the North Pole, then they didn't show that. And so it was some phenomena outside of them that depended on whether they were aligned with or against the North Star. And all 3 of them did it. All 3 was 15 degrees an hour, and all 3 was the same direction that the stars appeared to go over. So it was something. It wasn't just a broken gyroscope.
Well, the stars rotate 15 degrees an hour, I guess. Is that right? The sun arcs across the sky 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, the sun is 15, and the stars are like 15.0.
So that's moving.
Or maybe...
I don't know, is it picking up the sky moving? I don't know.
Well, that would be interesting. Is there any way we can test this? We can't really stop the sky, can we?
Nope. Sky's not Earth.
So, yeah. So...
Big mystery.
Well, anyway, that's why my conclusion is that probably Earth is rotating, because there is one known testable method to observe apparent drift, and that is observer rotation. So until someone can demonstrate another cause of apparent drift in a gyroscope, that's going to be my position on that. Is that reasonable?
I don't know. Sounds like all three are broken. Could be.
All three are just broken, just the same, and
I
somehow
think you might need a
But
factory
we'd
reset.
see, we'd see other things moving.
factory reset it. It's a
Yep.
purely mechanical gyroscope, no electronics at all.
Sir, factory
We'd see
reset
other
them.
things spinning in relation to the spinning. We would see other things drifting 15 degrees if the Earth is spinning underneath it. But we don't. The only thing we see moving is the stars.
Well,
So we see planes, gyros, helicopters, you name it. Anything in the non-inertial reference frame would be apparently deviating. But we don't see that in anything.
Like a
Certainly not in air travel. I don't know.
Well,
maybe the gyro is just picking up the sky moving.
So
I don't know. I've only seen one in action on a plane. I only understand it as far as keeping a plane level.
Well, ask your was it your cousin you said who flies?
Yeah, my nephew.
Your nephew. Ask him about the three different types of gyroscopes in an older airplane, and then look up those three types and see how they're made. One of them does keep level. Another one of them has a spring that keeps it level, or keeps it level to the airplane unless you're turning. That's the turn coordinator. And the third one does not keep level, and that's the turn coordinator one, or that's the heading indicator, the HI unit. That's what I was using, was HI units, because they don't level themselves. They're just a plain Jane gimbal gyroscope.
Yeah, you're saying the Earth rotates underneath gyro, correct?
That does seem to be the most logical thing to me, yes.
Okay, so it would then be logical that Earth would rotate also under planes, hot air balloons, drones, etc.
So,
it doesn't.
So what is your evidence for that? Because we know that you could be inside a bus going 60 miles an hour down a straight road and fly a little drone around, or a bumblebee could fly around. What is your evidence that...
No, you need to be sitting on the roof of the bus with a drone. Launch a drone from the roof of a speeding bus. What will it do?
Well, we all
Just
know
fly
that...
off.
Well, if the air is moving approximately with the surface of the Earth, then that argument falls apart. That's why I put it inside the bus, right? If the whole Earth's surface is moving, then the air is going to catch up with it, right?
So it's got a lid, a roof, like a bus.
No, it's more like a convertible.
Oh, okay.
It's more like a convertible with the top down that's thousands of miles wide and thousands of miles long, and the air is going to just start moving with the surface, right?
No. Again, you need to be on the roof of the speeding bus with the drone, not inside.
What if you're on the roof of the bus and it was
The bus has
going...
got to be going 1,000 miles an hour too, by the way.
Well, the principle would be the same at 60 miles an hour, right?
It's not 60,000. That's your claim.
So here's the issue with your approach here. You're pretending that the air would be stationary and the ground would be going 1,000 miles an hour against the air at the equator. Obviously, that's not the case. There is no 1,000 mile an hour's wind at the equator. Can we agree on that?
So how are you going to get a Coriolis effect, or how are you going to get a 15-degree drift if it's all in one reference frame? You said that Earth was rotating underneath the gyro. Now you're saying that the gyro is spinning with the Earth in the atmosphere?
the outside of the
It says
particle.
separate. Yeah? So Earth
Yep.
rotates separately underneath the gyro.
Right. It rotates separately from the spinning mass. The case of the gyro rotates with the Earth, but the spinning mass tries to maintain angular rigidity in space. Right?
Dude, the air moving with a rotating Earth is just nuts. How's that possible? How's air velcroed to Earth all the way up?
Have you ever been walking along a?
It's just nuts.
Have you ever been walking
And one
along?
reference frame means. Sorry, go ahead.
Have you ever been walking along a road and a big truck goes roaring by you and you get hit with the wind from the truck? You can feel the wind from the truck moving.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
and that truck's going 100 miles an hour and 1,000. What's your point?
Well, my point is that air has friction with moving objects, right? What if you were by a train that was going 100 miles an hour right by it? You would feel some wind from it, right? The air would be being pulled along by the train, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say you had a train on the other side of you also going 100 miles an hour in the same direction, and a train above you also going 100 miles an hour in the same direction, and a train below you going 100 miles an hour in the same direction. You would find yourself in 100-mile-an-hour wind, right? Because the trains all around you would be dragging the air with them, right?
Dude, you need to be on the roof of the train and not feel any air resistance in your face. Because the air is traveling with the train.
Right. So let's say you're on the roof of one train going 100 miles an hour. There's another train on a raised up track to your left and your right going 100 miles an hour. Then there's an upside down train above you also going 100 miles an hour, all in the same direction. The friction from these trains on the air that you're in is going to speed the air up with the trains, right? And then you won't feel that 100-mile-an-hour wind, right?
Yeah. No, you definitely feel the 100-mile wind if you're on top of a train.
But what if
moving train, dude?
But what if you were surrounded
Yes.
by other trains that were also going the same speed and direction? If there were enough trains, wouldn't that drag the air along with them predominantly?
Oh, I don't know. The trains go through air like a plane or a car. They go through air. They don't like float on it like a kite.
Well, they also drag it with them. Check into it. I'm not making this up.
I don't know, if you lined up 100 trains side by side and you're just flying along, would drag the air along enough for it not to feel any air resistance on top of the train? I don't know, actually.
Yeah, if the trains were 100 miles wide of trains and they had been going, they went for thousands of miles down the track and they were just continually going all in the same direction, all in the same speed, they would get quite a wind built up.
If we were both Saudi princes, we'd probably do it's like, I will build 7 trains and I will prove my point.
Sounds like Mr. Beast.
Hey, D-Mock, how's it going?
Oh, it's going all right.
How's the weather down there?
Oh, hotter than hell.
Oh, it's been raining here. They canceled summer here because of bad weather.
Damn, that's sad. They canceled winter here because of bad weather. Yeah, we used to get a lot of snow when I was younger, but like nowadays you get 2 inches if you're lucky.
Yo, did you guys ban Jackal?
Oh yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I just got in.
Okay, well, he told me he was permanently banned. I want to know why.
Jackal?
Jackal. He goes by Midwit now.
No, he's still here, dude. He was just muted.
Was he permanently muted? Who is this Jackal character? The elusive. Has he got globe evidence or?
I saw him here before, but he was just muted, and then he must have dropped. I don't think he's banned, though.
I think I saw him in that list that pops up.
Oh, here he is. Here's the guy that's going to prove the globe to us right here. Jesse, I thought you were going to do it, but it turns out.
Did Embo beat me to it?
No, I was just wondering, can you use your theodolite to find the tilt? You know, use your vertical line instead of your horizontal line? And then find, you know, in the city. Like, so since the two buildings you say are like right across the street, well, not you say, but anyone on the globe would say, that the two buildings across the street from each other in like a big city, you know, a little 5-lane street or whatever, they've got a tilt to each one from the top of the building compared to the bottom because of a globe. Now, if you backed up and had your theodolite and you had the farthest left tallest building and the farthest right tallest building in the biggest city that you could see from like the widest city that exists that we can get this shot of, we should be able to see an exponential tilt from the first two that in the very center to the last two. And the last two should be crazy from each other in your view. They should be tilted to the right, like 33 degrees or so. Yeah. They shouldn't be perfectly vertical is my main point. So if your baseline was vertical and that's 0, and you tilt it, it should be about 33 degrees from your baseline of vertical. That way. Not 45 all the way, not half a 90, but about 33. It should be tilted. And I could safely say from 18 degrees to 33 degrees. Two buildings on the very end of the biggest city should be tilted from each other that fucking much. See, I just find it weird that everybody looking for the globe curve only looks for a 0.0000 nothing. Why don't you keep going every millimeter? Like, what? Just shouldn't, like, every dot of imaginary dots that you could even imagine behind that dot should be bigger, more curve. But we stop at 0.0034 nothing. To me, that's absurd. That's absurd. How can you say I found the curve where no other human can find it? I can't mark it. I don't know what I found. I can't place anything there physically. But that's the curve, I guarantee. Now, Jesse, do you think that's a smart way to explain stuff to, you know, older people who aren't sure, or kids? You know what I mean? Or maybe college kids that are slightly slow. You know? Is that the right way to explain it to them, or?
Well, what I like to do is go to the beach on a nice day with my theodolite and set it up and just kind of hang out and wait. And sooner or later, sometimes a flat earther will come by and they'll say, "Hey, are you proving flat Earth?" And I'll be like, "No." And I'll say, "Look through here." And I'll say, look at the horizon, it's below eye level. Eric Dubé was wrong, you know, that kind of stuff. And so that's I try to keep it at a really simple level. I say, why would they use lies to promote the truth? The truth doesn't need lies like that.
You know, through your that's not the original horizon through your theodolite, because really there is no horizon that exists. So how did you show a gentleman something that you couldn't put a boat exactly on it and say this is the longitude? Like put this on Google Maps right here, this spot, with your finger. You can't touch that spot, right? Where you're looking with your theodolite, can you touch that spot with your finger? Can anybody?
Oh, the guy out there could.
Well, who? Why haven't you had him do that yet?
He seemed to be busy driving the ship.
Instead of parking it on there? How are you busy driving a ship instead of just saying, park the ship right here on that spot?
Now he was fully loaded. He had to get to his port, and I just
the port to put the brakes on. Please tell me he's not a bridge knocker down there.
Well, no, I don't think that was him. Actually, I think it was a different ship.
Okay. I was just wondering because if he needs help putting on the brakes, I mean, something wrong.
Yeah, it takes a long time to slow down them big tankers, you know.
Well, why don't you use a canoe?
Well, if I was in the canoe, I wouldn't be on the shore measuring the horizon, would I?
Well, your buddy's going to be in the canoe. Get his big ass out of that tanker and put him on the canoe. Captain Witchy Wagon. So you look through a theodolite, and when you look through a theodolite, like when you look through a pair of binoculars, do you think when the binoculars make stuff go far out of your view or look weird, and you think that would be, you think you could be like, hey, come here, Bob, look through these binocular crosshairs. Yeah, we're proving a globe. You think that would work?
Oh yeah, it seems to work pretty good.
The part of the binoculars, so you're looking through the big part of the binoculars out of the small part, or from the small part to the big part, and you think that has any relevance of what you're looking at with your eyes. That's weird, Jesse. It's really weird. Is that what they taught you? Did they teach you that your eyeballs are exactly like a theodolite, and your experience of going up and down or seeing your horizon with your eyeballs is going to be like looking through a theodolite with your one eye? Did they tell you that's the same? It's weird how you guys conflate everything with everything until it's time to not conflate. You know what I mean? Time to follow reality. And then you don't like that. You don't want to conflate that with anything of yours. You always want to conflate imagination.
Oh, brother, D-Mock is back.
What up, Bubblicious? You gonna prove the ball?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. We should talk about flywheels again. That was funny.
Talk about what?
We should talk about flywheels again.
Oh, how the Earth's a big flywheel? Fucking right. Well, I mean, it's not. It's not even moving, but if you're a glober, you think the Earth is a flywheel. So how can we use the power of this flywheel that's not moving to do big work? So if you get a small flywheel, it can lift like what? How many tons?
How would we convert the Earth's energy into work?
Brother, listen, I don't know how you convert religion or imagination into physical attributes. That'd be your job. That's what globers are supposed to do. They're supposed to find out how time and space and gravity actually convert physical stuff to balls and this other shit. So that would be your profession, right?
Yeah, and they get paid a lot of money to do it.
You paid a lot of money to convert imagination into nothing and not be able to have any physical attributes.
Do you get paid a lot of money to be a flat earther doing flat earth research? Probably not.
No, the truth is free, man. Reality's free. Last time I checked, you need your 2 hands, your eyeballs, your ears, maybe a couple tools if you want to use them, like a tape measure, a string, a level, a horizontal meter stick, like shit like that, a plumb bob. You know, if you want to use those, you can build anything you want. That's all flat earth stuff. Now you'll have to have the top of the protractor to build shit on a globe. That's the only tool you boys got. Top of the protractor.
I think Jesse has got the autolites.
He's got a horizontal plus sign and a vertical plus sign that can be turned over the other way, and your vertical becomes horizontal, and your is still the same plus sign. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother. You let me know when he gets the arced theodolite. Let me know when he's got the arced one.
Is there really a vertical plus sign?
Yeah, it's a vertical line plus a horizontal line going across the center of it. That's a crosshair. It's one vertical line with one horizontal. Now, if you turn it, it's still horizontal and vertical. One became the other. Now, on a globe, what we need to know, this is the only question I have for all globers right now. I'm done after this question. When does my horizontal under my feet become your motherfucking vertical that you're watching with your eyeballs? When can you prove that personally, physically, in reality? How close do we got to be to prove under my feet going straight that way becomes a line you look at going up in the fucking air? A line under my feet becomes a line to you guys going up in the air. Where's that at? Where's that at? Just show us that physical line. That's it. That's all we need. We need my horizontal to become your globe vertical in reality. That's it. That's all we need. And we're good to go. Because you guys confuse the two for some fucking reason. I know we have one horizontal line, and you can place any line across the top of that and call it vertical. Globe don't got none of that. The globe elevation states that 10 foot is below your feet somewhere. So everything is 10 foot. So I want to know where my horizontal becomes your globe vertical, Jesse. Or any glober in the room that has the balls to not be a liar. When can we physically see this?
So just to set the record straight, the horizontal axis is always the horizontal axis, and the vertical axis is always the vertical axis. They don't swap with each other on a theory.
Yeah, I know. On a flat earth, I know, stupid. I know. But on a globe, they do, dummy. You need me to get a ball and show you the video? How I put a ruler on it one way and the other way, and they cross each other and touch, and they make what is that called? What's that sign called? A pound sign? Huh. Put 4 rulers against a sphere. They make the pound sign, baby. The horizontal becomes your vertical. Don't be so stupid, Jesse. Please. Are you going to prove my pound sign wrong? Like a tic-tac-toe grid around a ball, right? You put the O in the center. That's your globe. What do those lines do, Jesse?
I don't think I could prove your pound sign wrong any better than you did, so I think I'll just leave it there.
I proved it right. I don't think you can prove shit wrong physically. You can imagine stuff and leave it there. Pretty much all you could do. You paid for an imaginary education, imagining through one-eyed theodolites that aren't real vision. Woo! Go college. So when does my horizontal become any glober's vertical? And how do they prove that in reality? When does anything fly kamikaze down vertically, right, and become somebody's horizontal, or somebody else watches it go the other way? Where's this happening at? I watch a jet fly across the ocean, 1 inch above the water or a foot above the water. The jet's real close to the ocean. It's flying out of my view. You're telling me somebody sideways is watching it go straight up in the sky and touching the clouds now? It's not cruising across that water for them? It's not tilting. It's not dropping. Can't be going around a ball. So I'm with you, Jesse, that there's only one horizontal for everybody. Horizontal. That's your zero baseline elevation for everyone. It's not archizontal. And you can't have more than one vertical on a ball. So having all verticals be perpendicular or parallel with each other or lining up, that can't happen on no ball. That'll never happen on a ball, ever. Yeah, if you guys are going to be curve birds, you should just show us the tip. The tip of anything stick out of the curved water. The submarine or anything. You know, that'd be a cool shirt. A little submarine on it and a mountain of curved water. And the tip sticks out. And it says, I'm a curve bird, just the tip. Globe proof. All you get's the tip. Imagine water, right? A hill of water. Then you put that little drain pipe in the side of the hill of water and it drains water from its own hill self. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it, Jesse? I wonder if that's why they named that show Hill Street Blues. Are you guys watching something? How in the hell can that video be the curve of Earth when it's horizontal from left to right far as fuck? And then beyond the beyond of that bridge is a city or some shit. What the hell? How are you gonna see Earth behind Earth curve? What's it, a McDonald's sign now? But up. I'm curving it. That would be a good song. We need one globe hero. Who is the Lone Star? Unnamed. Smartest glober in the world that can prove the globe. We need one glober that can actually prove or demonstrate there's curving water. Somehow. A helium balloon going that way, air bubbles going that way, curved water, somebody's horizontal becoming your vertical, globe elevation in front of us live, which you can touch it and show us it, because if you can't touch it and show us it, then I don't know who's measuring it or calculating for it. What are they calculating for if you can't touch it or measure it or see it? The globe is so big that the curve is smaller than an atom. We have a quantum curve. It's horizontal and curving at the same time. Is it a horizontal? Is it a wave? Is it a particle? Is it a curve? Dang, the globe acts just like light. You look away, it curves. If you look at it, it's horizontal. That's pretty crazy, man. The Globdella effect. How do we use flywheel Earth to get some power, boys? Put your thinker caps on. How in the hell has Little Caesar been to the edge and back, but ain't no glober seen the edge of the globe? But they keep saying they went to the moon. We can't find that curve. We can't find the edge. A globe has no edge. If a globe has no edge, then how does the rocket get down past it then? How you leave it? How you go up and come down into it then and leave it? Double speaking. Half wit. No count. Fucking Little Caesar's been to the edge and back. How in the hell you let Little Caesar outdo America and Russia? How? I mean, why would a Little Caesar lie? Gravity boots. So if you spin a lead ball real fast, does it attract less mass or more? Do things become bigger or smaller with weight when you move them? Or do they stay the same? Like, how do you weigh the earth in the middle of nowheres? There's no scale underneath it. How you weighing the earth? They said they can weigh the atmosphere. Pushing on dirt. Pushing on nothing. That's crazy. They got the size of Earth, but ain't been nowhere. Who was the guy that made this? Like, he never been nowhere. Bob, what's the size of the Earth you calculated? Approximately this much. Have you ever left this office? No, sir. Oh, all right. Thanks for the info. What do you weigh Earth against? What do you weigh a spinning object with in a vacuum? In the center. David, there you are. Man, we were waiting for you, brother. What? I am mean for him to leave. Are you guys playing a prank on me, man? No one is talking. Jesse said horizontals and verticals are the same. You talking about on a flat piece of paper? You must be talking about a flat piece of paper, brother. You must not be talking about any 3D material in real life. You can disprove the globe too for 50 cents. For just 50 cents a day, you can get rid of that pesky globe. If it wasn't for you kids and your meddling horizontals, I would have got away with it too. And right when the sun supposedly is setting, and the sun is the big thing of mass, and the sun is supposed to be helium, hydrogen making helium, why wouldn't a helium balloon go straight to the sun at the sunrise? Why wouldn't it go horizontally that way? You're nowhere near the center of Earth. Supposedly you're 4,000 miles away plus your height. And then the big old sun right there, sitting right there. And helium just wants to go away from the center. Away from what center where? How do you determine the center from another part going from the center of a globe? How do you let your helium balloons or your hot air balloons or your air bubbles up in water and show us that they aren't just all vertical?
Hey, everybody, how come it's so quiet in here? You'd
I
think
don't know.
someone would be saying something.
That's what I thought. But I'm a nobody. We need somebody to talk. I wonder if you Googled, is Google truthful? Does Google lie? Click it in there and see what you get.